Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. Not YouTube, YouTube. Maybe both. I don't know. Good to have you guys this morning. Good to be with you. We've now kind of in about a 27-hour span gotten sort of the full gamut of the emotions that baseball can bring you, right? You get the fun walk-off the night before, and then you see what happens when your team just unfortunately gets overpowered by one of the best pitchers in baseball and just didn't really have it. Max Fried's a terrible, terrible matchup for this team. You really hope that you don't have to see somebody like him a couple of times in the postseason because the lefty challenges this team is going to have, his dominant stuff. Another night in, this time of year here in Seattle is just not a good fit for this Mariner team or really any team, but specifically this one. So you kind of get to see it last night. But maybe the good news here, because there wasn't a lot of good news in the game. They get shut out, whatever. The good news, I think, is that I want to start something new on the show. Now, I'm going to need to get a little production drawn up. Maura and I were just talking about it moments ago. I think we'll have to make some production. We'll talk to our guy, maybe even big voice guy. I don't know. We'll see. But I think I'd like to start something called Late Night Mariners Texts because they are pretty hilarious. They really are. And I hope they don't stop. I hope this is something we can keep doing throughout the season because they're wonderful. Please, if you are if you like to text the show about the Mariners either while the game is going or late at night or whatever, please keep going because these are good. 360 Lyle, you ready? Da-dun-da-da. Late Night Mariners Texts. That was one of the most lifeless M's games I've watched in a while. Well, you've only watched 6 of them. Like, how far back are we going? Yes, it was the most lifeless game of, wait a minute, the 6 they've played so far this year. But this is the best part. The weight of expectations and hard competition seemed to make them uninterested. So I just want to be clear. For the first 5 games, including the night before where they had a walk-off win, the weight of expectations and hard competition weren't a problem. But last night, it just overwhelmed them. Or maybe it was just that Max Fried's one of the best pitchers in baseball. I don't know. Hard to tell. Let's see what else we got. There's a bunch of these. Salk, I'm of the opinion that Logan Gilbert's throwing mechanics are too awkward. Arms and legs flailing everywhere. To maintain health and longevity, and would rather the Mariners not extend him. I think that there's actually a real question about whether to extend Logan Gilbert. I don't know if it has anything to do with the length of his arms and his legs, and I don't know whether I would look at last night and immediately afterwards say, forget this. I think you probably need a little bit more perspective. But all right, there's like a little bit of something there. Joseph in the 360 at 9:15 last night. It's early. But this offense looks like it's not going to struggle against lefties, but get completely shut down and out often against any lefties. Now, again, I'm with you on they're going to struggle against lefties. I really do. I've been saying this since the offseason. That is one of the challenges of this lineup. They're going to need Rob Refsnyder to, start hitting against lefties, something he's always done and something he has not yet done in the couple of opportunities he's had this year. That's pretty important. And they're going to need probably Victor Robles to do the same. But you're telling me you're going to watch the Mariners against Max Fried, and the takeaway is they're going to get completely shut down every time they face a lefty? He might be kind of unique. And I know they had some issues the day before. It's not like they overpowered Weathers. Like, again, I'm with you. I think they're going to struggle against lefties. but completely shut down and out every time? 360. How many more of these Logan Gilbert starts do we need to see until extending him becomes a bad idea? Lyle, how many more?
This is how I know I spend way too much time online, because I'm immune to all these at this point.
They're
it's
hilarious.
Just total second nature. It's like I see this on the daily.
I like them.
I think they're hilarious, but I'm also kind of immune to it. It's easy to get worked up about this stuff and like send it in group chats and send it to other people. It's like, look at all these dumb people sending in these messages. For me, it's like, yeah,
I'm not saying they're dumb. I just think it's hilarious. Like, there's just some real. I love the up and down emotional nature, and I think it's, generally wrong, but it is fun.
Oh, who would get up and down emotional on the daily?
I can't imagine.
Baseball? I don't know.
Salk, says the 509. I know the Mariners lost. It wasn't a good game for the hitters yesterday. And of course, the Kraken lost too. Yeah, they were both shut out. But I'm going to Culver's for the first time today. What's my order? See, now we're talking 509. Now we're talking. Here's what I don't know whether we're still in. Oh, yeah, you still got a couple more days before Lent ends, right? Doesn't Lent end with Easter?
I believe so.
More, you're a resident Catholic.
I know, but
this
I'm
is
not
something
practicing.
You should know. You went to Catholic school. This is the one thing we need from you. Anyway, Lent, it ends at Easter, right?
Well, it says it technically ends on Holy Thursday, April 2nd.
Oh, okay. So go today, because my understanding is that the walleye fish sandwich, which is the best thing to get at Culver's, ends with Lent. Sometimes it goes a little bit longer because I think they have to sell the rest of the fish sandwiches that they have. But you got to go like today, brother, and get the walleye fish sandwich. I recommend the cheese curds with it. The cheese curds are really good. And then get one of the concrete mixers or cement mixers, whatever they're called, afterwards.
Yeah. When I saw that they had a mini option, that really sold me, because usually I think that's too much, but they have a little mini concrete mixer, and I got the chocolate chip cookie dough when we were out there. It was amazing.
509. I love this idea for a new segment. I will definitely be contributing. Please jump aboard. I think this is fun. I'm enjoying it. You don't even have to really mean it. I just think it's pretty entertaining watching and listening and now reading some of the late night reaction. All that being said, that was not a good game last night. It really wasn't. I mean, like, as I said, you kind of get to see the full spectrum of what you get over a baseball season in really just the first week. Right? You get the excitement of the walk-off. You get the blowout wins where your offense all clicks. And you get the games where you just don't have it. And last night was clearly one of those games, and also showing you the importance of starting pitching. When a guy like Max Fried is the way he was last night, good luck. I don't know how many lineups in baseball are generating a whole lot more than the Mariners did last night. Again, this is, on paper, one of the better lineups in baseball. And they do have multiple ways to win. And they do have power, and they do have on-base percentage ability, and they do have bat-to-ball skills. I mean, they've got all of those things. But there are days where a great pitcher is going to shut you down. That's why starting pitching is still the number one most important thing on any team. And Logan didn't quite have it last night, and the other guy did. And the other guy's one of the best in the game. He hasn't allowed a run yet this year, right?
No.
Yeah.
It's funny. He's kind of an ode to old school pitching because he doesn't overpower people with strikeouts. He just locates like crazy and has all these different pitch mixes.
Yeah. He's really good. He really is good. He's really tough to hit. And you know what? If you're looking for one other positive to take from last night's game, because I'm a positive guy, right, Lyle? I think you would say that about me.
Are you the resident positive person of this show?
I don't know. I'm just kind of a naturally uplifting human, and I like to bring positivity wherever I go. Don't laugh, Maura. Don't laugh.
We talked at spring training about this. It's not your brand unless it's spring training.
I'm a naturally positive human being, and I like to bring joy wherever I go. I spread it. You know who the comp is for Kate Anderson? Max Fried. Like, that's the comp. It's some combination of Cliff Lee, and I think a lot of that has to do with the personality, and Max Fried. That's the comp. So if you liked what you saw last night and saw devastation, as Lyle just said, without overwhelming speed, raw power and velo, lefty, long arm, throwing off speed, a whole bunch of different things. That's Kate Anderson. Not that he's throwing 85 miles an hour. We're not talking about Jamie Moyer. But you're talking about a new age version of that where you can still throw mid-90s, 94, somewhere in that range. But so you're not lighting up the radar gun by today's standards, but you are keeping people off balance and you can drop in the hammer. And he did all those things last night. And that is exactly what we expect from Cade Anderson when he gets to the big leagues. Not that he's going to be a fully formed Max Fried, day one, but that's who he compares to. That's the upside potential of one of the two top pitching prospects in this organization. So frustrating to see last night. Understand all of the angry texts, especially the one about how the overwhelming expectations got him last night, which is hilarious. But maybe that's the positive you could take out of it. All right, quick break. Everything you need to know, including some of the details on the new contract for Colt Emerson that, frankly, make it look even better than when we left the show yesterday at 10 o'clock. Pretty cool. It's next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys? I
want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. Coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. This offense is going to be great. Mm-hmm. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. This is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the weather was warmer yesterday, but the bats stayed cold. Mariners struggled against their second straight lefty starter. No shame in not getting to Max Fried. He really is one of the best in the game, and he had it going last night. But, yeah, there's a clear difference between this lineup against righties and what it looks like against southpaws, and that is pretty significant. I think we're going to see that over the course of the season. They were shut out. They generated just 4 hits, just 1 walk. Fried needed just 90 pitches to cruise through 7 innings. It was not too impressive. Do you even want to highlight? I can hear. Here was the end of the game.
Roof continues to close. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. Caballero's there. They'll throw to first, and it is all over. The Yankees blank the Mariners tonight. A final score of 5-0. This series is all tied at 1 win apiece.
It is. Logan Gilbert had some good moments. He did, but ultimately gave up 5 runs in 5 1/3. That's not going to get it done. Here's Dan Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, he did. There were a couple base runners that got on, but I thought he did a nice job of getting, a double play or 2 here, to kind of erase that. And he stayed in control, I thought, and gave us a chance to get into that game later. We just weren't able to jump in it offensively, but I think he had some good splits. We saw that, and I think his fastballs. I thought he had some good velo. The cutter.
Yeah, Dan's looking for some positives there last night, and Logan did have some decent innings, but at the end of the day, 5 runs in 5 1/3. Team needed a little more than that, and he didn't have that last night. George Kirby and Cam Schlittler will go in the rubber match today at 1 p.m., so best of luck to Rick Riz, who's going to have to say that name over and over again, and that was a challenge at some points last year. JP started his rehab assignment in Tacoma last night. He could have been on the Mariners. He went 0 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout, so he would have fit right in.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, I love a lot of what we got yesterday on the Colt Emerson contract. Daniel Kramer coming up with the details here. So here's what it looks like. $8 million signing bonus, $1 million this year, $2 million next year, $9 million in 2028. So that's a total of $20 million in the first 3 years. Between 29 and 2033, it's between 12 and 18 million a year. And then the club option for 34 is for $25 million. I mean, it is a great contract for the Mariners if this kid is anywhere close to what they think he's going to do. $20 million, as we just said, in those first 3 years, which would be his window during which he would normally be paid next to nothing, according to Major League Baseball rules. But then he gets $15 million as an average annual value in the final 5 years of the deal. Again, win for both sides. He gets $9 million today. This year, he's getting $9 million that he did not have. He gets $20 million in 3 years instead of what would be less than $3 million. The Mariners get a potential star player during his prime for $15 million a year, which could be less than a third of what the market value for that position is at the time, maybe a quarter. I mean, if things continue to go up, you could be paying $60 million for a top free agent shortstop a year. Instead, they'll have him for 15. So really excellent job, Jerry Dipoto. I love this, too, about why they decided to pay Colt.
When he came to camp this year, it was, I guess, his performance was good and really trended as the spring went along. But the way he integrated with the other players and how easily it's listening to him talk in the batting cages with Rob Refsnyder and Brendan Donovan, and it's just the ease with which he was operating with guys who've been in the league a long time.
I actually really like that. My daughter's got tryouts tonight, and we were reading a whole bunch of stuff about tryout prep, and I like that coaches are always watching. General managers in this case are always watching. Presidents are always watching, and it's not just what you do on the field, on the court, on the ice, whatever. It's how you handle yourself. It's how you get along with your teammates. It's the confidence that you show and the questions that you ask. All of those things factor into why you might make a team, or in this case, get paid nearly $100 million. Pretty cool for Colt Emerson.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, shutouts were the theme of the night. The Kraken generated next to nothing. They gave up 2 goals early, never mounted much of a response up in Edmonton.
I thought there were some good things. We know that they, they're a bit of a handful in the offensive zone. I thought we, for the most part, kept their opportunities to a minimum. I think we had some, not a lot, but we had some good enough chances to score. It was a low-scoring game, and we did not convert on our opportunities.
They didn't have a lot of opportunities either. I didn't watch the whole game, but what I saw was pretty uninspiring, that's for sure. More turnovers, not enough grit, not enough speed, kind of is what it is. They'll host Utah tomorrow night. It was nice to see Jaden Schwartz back out there. That was good news after he had gotten caught with a skate a couple weeks ago. Although it unfortunately came at the expense of Shane Wright, who got hurt in Buffalo and was unable to go yesterday. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Just to add to that stuff from Jerry Dipoto, I like this cut, too. He was asked about whether or not the deal makes it harder to get other deals done.
No, not at all. First of all, the distribution of the salaries, again, is we loaded more money in the front end of this contract than would be normal for this type of deal. Usually they're a little bit more backloaded. And while this one does increase as time goes along, it's more subtle than others of its kind. And that was intentional. We're trying to make sure that we can continue to manage these types of agreements with our players as we move forward.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, again, if you're going to talk about draft, develop, trade, and I'm going to keep adding retain, this is how you do that. Right? You manage what those contracts look like so that you can continue to add to it. So Brian Wu can get done. So Colt Young can. I don't know who the next person is going to be. Obviously, we've got a texter who doesn't want any part of Logan Gilbert anymore because he had a bad night last night. So, yeah, I think they've done a really good thing here. Now, look, obviously, if Colt Emerson isn't good and he gets hurt or whatever and he never amounts to anything, yeah, this will be a bummer. There's some risk factor in there. But if he is the guy that he is projected to be, oh my gosh, this is a really incredible deal for the Mariners and really gives them the opportunity to do a lot of other things over the course of that contract. All right. Jeff Passan joined us right after we got this news yesterday. Perfect timing for Jeff. Hear his thoughts on Colt, why they did this deal, why Colt did this deal, and ultimately what the Mariners are looking like moving forward. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit TRA.com.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafee and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Brock Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, if this is the start of what will be the greatest run in the history of this franchise, it sure seems like Colt Emerson will have a lot to do with it, Brock. He signs a brand new 8-year extension reported this morning by Robert Murray, and about $95 million guaranteed. It could go up by another year. It could go up over $130 million. Jeff Passan, what do we think of our breaking news this morning?
Good for the Seattle Mariners. And, you know, what they did is what the Detroit Tigers were trying to do with Kevin McGonigal and were not successful. What the Pittsburgh Pirates were trying to do with Connor Griffin and were not successful, which is all of this sort of standard contract that Jackson Chourio started a couple of years ago when he signed for 8 years and $82 million with the Milwaukee Brewers before he had played a single game there. And the idea is very simple, guys. Free agent years are incredibly valuable, especially when those free agent years are in the prime of a player's career. And if you can get those locked up, if you can get those at a discount to what the price is going to be for top-end players, and you believe that this guy, in this case Colt Emerson, is going to be a frontline player, then you're willing to guarantee him the sort of money up front that teams in the past just simply weren't willing to. And I think that's exactly what the Mariners did here, and I think it's a really good day for the Seattle Mariners franchise.
Does this make any statement to the finances and the big picture of baseball?
That is a totally fair question, Brock, and I'm sorry that I'm like copping out on this answer, but I don't know yet. I don't know if, you know, there are some people who I heard from this morning who said, Mariners getting ready for the cap. And there are others who said this has nothing to do with the potential salary cap, because regardless of what form baseball's economics take shape in, this is going to be either a really, really good deal because Colt Emerson's a star and you have him locked up for essentially 9 years, or a deal along the lines of like a Scott Kingery, which, if you recall, the Phillies signed him before his debut for 6 years and $24 million. I know the money's a lot less, but it didn't work out particularly well. And a number of these deals haven't worked out well, but for the most part, when it's this type of contract that buys out multiple free agent years at the end before a guy's debut, they've tended to be pretty successful. And whether it's Jackson Chourio or Sam Basayo, there's still a lot of hope. The Brewers think the Chourio deal is a huge win, and Basayo has a chance to be really, really good, and the Orioles bet on that in the same way that the Mariners are betting on Colt Emerson.
It's funny to keep talking about buying out free agent years when we don't know whether we'll still be in a system then where you get 6 years of club control. Like, we just don't know. Like, I agree. Lyle and I were kind of going through the same thing. Like, all right, well, this is great. You get 2 or 3 free agent years. Those years could be worth $40-50 million on the open market, maybe more by then.
Yep.
And yet, I don't know whether they're going to have a 6-year plan then. Who knows?
Well, that's the thing. If there's a salary cap in place, then and again, I don't think there's going to be a salary cap in place, but let's try and work through what it would take for players to theoretically accept something like that. The first thing that they would say is, okay, we're going to be free agents after 5 years.
Yeah.
So potentially the Mariners could be getting an extra year of free agency on top of what they're getting right now already.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I disagree. I think there is going to end up with some sort of a salary cap when it's all said and done. But
this time around, Mike, or in the future?
I think it's going to be this time, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not like betting money on that. My gut tells me that that's what the owners are going to, die for at this point. But regardless, love it for the Mariners. Why?
Hold on. Can we talk about that for a second? Yeah, we're going to, because I'm the guest and I want to, and you're going to allow me to do that.
All right.
Because this is a really important point that's worth making, and it's going to be the conversation for the entirety of the season, whether we like it or not. Major League Baseball, guys, Major League Baseball always wanted one thing, and that was for fans to be engaged and for new fans to be coming into the sport. And among the World Series last year, the World Baseball Classic this year, and this season, and everything that it's potentially bringing, all the new fans are here. Mm-hmm. Everyone likes the pitch clock. Most people, you included, Mike, shockingly, like ABS. Like, right now, baseball is riding a wave, and once the San Diego Padres sell for $3.5+ billion, any argument about baseball's franchise values lagging behind others is going to be inert. And so I just have a really, really hard time seeing the owners dying for something that they don't need for their businesses to thrive.
Why did this get done now with Colt?
I think because he wanted to do it. With situations like this, Brock, you always have to look at the player as being the driving force behind it, because every club will do a deal like this. Like, every club will line up to get free agent years on the young player, years in their 20s that they need to pay a little extra for early on. And the way that this contract is structured, it's a little bit front-loaded. So the Mariners, they clearly have cash over the next few years to spend, and believe that having Colt Emerson at an even more discounted rate as time goes on is going to give them the kind of flexibility that they need to continue this. But when you have Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh and Colt Emerson, 3 of your 4 up-the-middle players locked up for the better part of half a decade, you're in a really good spot. And when Colt Emerson showed a willingness to do this deal came together pretty quickly. Like, there was not a whole lot of teeth pulling in this process. There was not, there's back and forth in any deal making scenario, of course, but this one, it was much more pleasant than most.
So let me ask you the question that we've gotten most commonly this morning on our text line, and it's from nervous Mariner fans. Why is this different than Jared Kelenic, who they tried to sign to a similar deal, to Evan White, who they signed to a deal, or even to Dustin Ackley going way back, who they probably would have liked to have signed to a deal like this if such a thing existed then? Why is Colt Emerson a better bet?
I think Colt Emerson's a better bet because if you look at what his skills are, there's a lot less variance in those than a guy like Jared Kelenic, for example. Like, let's look at Colt Emerson's numbers in the minor leagues. And I understand minor league numbers do not always translate to the big leagues, but I'm looking especially this past season when at 19 years old, he went from high A essentially up to triple A. And he had shown these types of skills beforehand, but man, bat to ball really matters, and swing decisions really matter. And I think they're the reason that the Milwaukee Brewers signed a guy like Cooper Pratt for 8 years and $50 million yesterday, somebody who's a top 100 prospect, but certainly not in the echelon that Colt Emerson is. But I think the Brewers looked at the approach that he takes at the plate and liked it. And if you look at what Colt Emerson did, over those three levels last year, the numbers to me that stand out the most, it's not the batting average, it's not even the on-base percentage, which is really good. It's not the slug. It's not the defensive positions he plays. It's not the home runs, the RBIs, the stolen bases, any of that. The walks and the strikeouts. And in 600 plate appearances, he struck out 105 times, which would make him in the top 20th percentile if he can carry that over in the big leagues right now. And he walked 71 times, which would probably be the top 10 percentile. So if you have a guy who plays a premium position, which, yes, Jared Kelenic ostensibly did when he was coming up playing center field, but he was probably slated more for the corners anyway. Dustin Ackley, second baseman, I know it's up the middle. It's a different story. And Evan White, first baseman, and much cheaper deal. So that's completely different. But if you can lock in a franchise shortstop who makes good swing decisions, has good bat-to-ball skills, has some power, you do that 8 days a week. And I understand the price was hefty, but there is so much money to be made in terms of marginal value on this contract that the Mariners front office, they're smart people, and they get the math. And the math in this case was good enough for them to lay out essentially $100 million for a guy who's never had a single day of big league service.
Jeffrey, it was some years ago that Salk and I, maybe a decade ago, where we were at our little picnic table outside the Mariners clubhouse at spring training, and the guys like Cliff Lee, and you just got a sense like, I don't want to be here. Like, I'm not going to resign here. I'm not going to be. And now you flip it around, and this year with the Brendan Donovan and the number of times we heard from him how much he loves it, the Cal Raleigh, the Hooley, like, holy cow, Josh Naylor resigning. Now you do this deal. What message does that send to other clubs? And most importantly, what message does that send to the fans here in Seattle?
Well, how about this one, Brock? What message does that send to players? That this was a place where, because of the travel and because of the lack of proximity to other cities, that Seattle was not necessarily seen as a destination. And now it is. This is an organization that has a lot of momentum going in it. And this is an organization that, when you look beyond what it's got right now with Wu and Kirby and Gilbert and Bryce Miller, we'll throw Emerson Hancock in there. I mean, how about him on Sunday night? Just absolutely tremendous. And oh, by the way, Kate Anderson and especially Ryan Sloan, who I've been talking about on this program for well over a year now, being like the next guy. Yeah, he's the next guy. So if you want to win, Seattle's a place you can do it. And when you have a guy like Cal Raleigh essentially running the clubhouse, a guy who teammates absolutely adore and who just gets it, that right there is a pretty darn good foundation to start with. And then you add in Julio and now Colt Emerson. That, with all the pitching, it's a destination at this point. And it's kind of wild to think about where the Mariners were, less than a decade ago, but how quickly things change when you run things well.
What are you thinking today if you're JP Crawford?
I'm thinking my time in Seattle has been really nice.
Yeah. Do you think that that's something that ends at the end of this year?
Salk. That was 4 seconds.
That was great.
You told me he gave a 4.5-minute answer last week.
He did.
And you gave him grief over that. That was, look at that 4 seconds. Look at that adjustment now that the regular season begins. I'm passing.
That's what we get from Jeff.
Hey, you know what? I contain multitudes, boys.
Appreciate you. All right. So you mentioned ABS. I do like it. You're right. I do mostly like it. I would love to propose a change. Like, I would love for there to be a gray area around the very edge of the strike zone where we just say, yeah, the call stands. It wasn't blatant enough to overturn it. I don't need to see, this little 0.01 inch that overturns a call, but whatever. Overall.
Oh, so wait. Now you're going to have the 0.01 inch butting up against the gray area instead. Dude, when you have a border of any variety, there's always going to be that.
I know, but I'm okay with a gray area in there. I'm fine with it. I don't need it to be exact, but okay, fine. That's where it is. I get it. Here's the question Brock and I both had this morning as we were watching Mike Esterbrook struggle yesterday, trying to call Luis Castillo sinkers at the bottom of the zone. He got like 4 of them wrong
so
in an
patient
inning.
with him. Booney was so patient with him.
Are umpires reacting in real time to get a better understanding of the zone and if there's something they're getting wrong that night?
I think we're about to find out. And I don't know if the human brain has the capacity to react and change that quickly. I imagine with some umpires, we're going to see that. And it's going to be super interesting. This is the sort of thing that my T-brain can't do either. But there are analysts who are going to be able to look through the data and see if there are real-time changes. I hope the answer is yes. Mm-hmm. I'd like to think there's enough malleability to make that happen. But at the same time, guys, we are talking about minuscule fractions of inches here on objects moving through time and space at great velocities with the sort of movement that we can't process unless we look at things through like a physics-based perspective. To me, what ABS is showing, I understand others look at it like, oh my God, these umpires are missing things all the time. To me, this is like the greatest sign that umpires are awesome at what they do. Because if it's really coming down to a matter of fractions of an inch, it's pretty impressive that they're able to do that.
Most of the umpires. Now, CB Buckner.
Yeah.
I mean, is that not the most hilarious video? I mean, just.
It was.
And it's not because he's wrong. It's because he's just so freaking arrogant about it.
Hey, I enjoyed all of it.
It's great theater. It's great.
Is he going to quit? Is he going to retire along with some of these other guys who are just going to, if it's going to keep embarrassing them publicly, will this finally mean the end of CB?
I do not know the answer to that, but I'll say this. When have you ever known stubborn people to let incompetence get in the way of their stubbornness?
Who are you referring to there, Kevin?
Like
How dare you?
Yeah, I would never just slide one by the goalie like that.
Speaking of data.
Please,
go ahead.
Data.
Speaking of data, I am kind of curious. And we're 5 games in? We're like 20 at bats in, so we are way on the small sample size. But at what sample size does the data get large enough to start to draw some conclusions or some opinions on the effect or the non-effect of the WBC on players?
I don't think there is a sample large enough, Brock, to draw a widespread conclusion. I just think that every player is going to react differently to it. And it's a fair question because, you see Kyle Raleigh with a 500 OPS. You see Josh Naylor hitless through 5 games. You see Julio with 1 hit. And on the other hand, Dom Canzone has looked really good out there, and Randy Arozarena has looked pretty good out there. So I just think it's an individual thing, man. I wish I had a clearer and better answer for you, but I just think ultimately it's player dependent.
Okay, take the WBC out. When does it become from just a watch and a small sample size to a little bit of a concern meter? Is it 50 at bats? Is it 100 at bats? In WBC aside, just looking at the heart of the lineup right now, that's as cold as the weather is here in Seattle. Is there any kind of sample size that you start to evaluate?
I start looking on May 1st, and I start being concerned on June 1st. So I give it a lot of time. And even June 1st, in terms of both individual evaluation and team evaluation, is inexact. On June 1st last year, the Mets were the best team in baseball. A couple weeks later, they were 45-24 and had the best record in MLB, and they didn't even make the playoffs. So I just did, when we ask about like the value of the regular season or what makes the regular season interesting, it's that you can be halfway through and still not have a clear idea of how good a team is. In the NBA, when you look at the midway point of the regular season and you look at the standings at the end of the season, they are pretty darn similar. Football's a little different. Football is quite a schedule-dependent sport. But with hockey, with the NBA, you tend to get a decent idea of what a team is midway through the season. I think for the most part that's true with baseball, but still, like drawing extreme conclusions, it's going to be a long time before I do that. But let's put it this way. If there are struggles from an individual player on May 1st, I'm going to keep an eye on him and see how he's doing through the next month and maybe try and figure out why. Like, what is it that's causing these?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the intriguing one here is obviously Julio. Because, it's just been the narrative. I'm listening to my buddy Benetti and Cruz Sunday night, like even the national, like, hey, got to, start fast. He's the guy that heats up when the weather warms up, and it's been a trend for 4 years. And I know he and Seitz and Edgar and everybody would like to kind of put that to bed and start a season fast. So I do think maybe for a Julio, a May 1st kind of designation is maybe a little bit more fair number as you're trying to rid that narrative.
I think that's reasonable. And if Julio Rodriguez plays well 5 out of 6 months, the Mariners are going to be really good.
Yep.
It's funny to ask this question 22 minutes into a 25-minute interview, but what did you make of the Mariners' first week?
Solid. They like, especially considering the fact that, Cal Raleigh did not, until last night at least, had not had a significant hit. Josh Naylor hadn't had a hit. And Julio Rodriguez had 1 hit. The fact that they're 3-2, it's a good sign. And I think this series against the Yankees, I really like watching these two teams play each other. I think it's fun. And I said this on Threads last night. I was like, boy, this feels like a series I could be seeing in October. And
like the weather, watching the breath last night, or just watching the personnel?
No, the personnel. The weather. I grew up in Cleveland, bro. A little bit of cold ain't phasing me. Like,
it might be the first time I've ever heard anybody say "I grew up in Cleveland, bro," as if it was a flex.
Wasn't trying to flex.
Hey, look, man, I grew up in Cleveland, bro, so I know, okay? Like, I grew up in Cleveland, dude. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, now, like, looking back on that,
yeah. You can't win with Salk.
You're gonna regret.
But here's Brock. Here's the thing. He's right. I shouldn't have said that.
Jeffrey, we gotta go. We'll do it again next Tuesday. Already looking forward to it. Thanks, buddy.
See you, bro.
I hope that one lives for quite some time here on the show.
I grew up in Cleveland, bro.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. That one will be remembered. In fact, we might even have a cause to play that one a little bit later in the show. Moore and I have finagled some stories around in order to find a way to sneak that into the show a little bit later. All right. Well, with all these Mariner games, including today, I know it's been a little confusing for some folks. You can download the Seattle Sports app. Every game, one app, completely free. How about that? You can take the game with you wherever you go, wherever you are, whatever you're doing over the course of a day or an afternoon or an evening, wherever you are. Seattle Sports app travels with you. You can enjoy every pitch with Rick Riz in his final season, all in one place, and again, at no cost. Easiest way to enjoy Seattle Mariners baseball. And yes, it is free. Download the Seattle Sports app. All right, So I played golf yesterday with the guy who bid on playing golf with me during the Holiday Magic auction. Great guy, Ray, and his buddies, George and Matt. It was a lot of fun. But he asked me a question that led me down a rabbit hole last night, and I want to ask you guys the same question next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable.
With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
JP Ewert just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Good morning, Brock.
Good April 1st, Salky.
Yeah, we'll be careful today. Yes, we'll be. We'll have our head on a swivel all morning long. Maybe you're April Foolsing me. You said we were having Phillip Rivers on at 8:30. I hope that's true and not a big lie. It sounds like we got a couple guests today, both new to our show. Robert Murray from Fansided, who broke the extension yesterday for Colt Emerson, will join us in a half hour, and then Phillip Rivers at 8:30. And I love your idea here, Brock.
Yeah.
To talk to a few different quarterbacks, rather, who played against the Seahawks last year. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins I'm working towards next. Guys that aren't currently on rosters, a little bit easier because sometimes then you got to go through the team and everything else for the Brock Birdies and others. But, yeah, if we can do kind of one a week or one every other week or what have you leading up to the season, or, I think it'd be kind of fun to hear their perspective. And I chatted with Phillip last week because his son and Titus his son's a year older, Gunner. And, man, big kid, good-looking kid, NC State commit, big-time 4-star recruit. They were to camp together, so kind of was driving through Alabama thinking, you know what, I think Phillip would be a pretty cool guest to talk about these
I love the
Seahawks.
idea. So we'll start that later today. That's a fun one. That'll be at 8:30. So yesterday I golfed with Ray. He was the guy who had purchased the winning bid on Golf with Salk during the Holiday Magic. Yes, so I had my first of 2 rounds with Ray over at Newcastle yesterday.
How many golf balls did we lose?
I lost a few. Actually played pretty well.
Well, no, I'm saying you gave him. Wasn't that part of the deal too?
Oh, yes, he got the 7 boxes of Pro V1s. He was nice enough to give me one, and he gave me some port that he had bottled himself.
Whoa.
Yeah, super nice guy. Oh yeah, it was awesome. He gave me 2 small bottles of port that was bottled in 1999. So it looks pretty exclusive, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited to try that. He also, Brock, gave me a 62-degree wedge.
This guy is just a gift giver.
He's unbelievable. But what I didn't realize until later, Brock, hold on, is that etched into it on the bottom, it says "Best in the World." In ode to G. Scott. So every time I hit the 62-degree wedge, I can think about G and how he's the best in the world, or at least how JSN is.
What did you bring this guy?
Well, 7 boxes of Pro V1s, and an opportunity to golf with me.
Golf with Mike Salk.
Yeah, I felt like I wasn't bringing enough to the table. I really kind of felt bad about it.
Maybe at the turn, you should have got him a hat or something.
A hat?
A little something.
I donated my time, Brock. What I gave him was my time. I gave him and one tip that seemed to really help him. So.
Oh, good. Awesome.
Anyway, Ray was out there, and he asked me a question that led me to another question that I wanted to ask you. Because at some point, and we talked a lot of sports. He's a big Seahawks fan, lives in Portland, and he was like, "Hey, what do you think of the Seahawks? What do you think the Seahawks are going to look like next year?" I mean, simple question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, look, obviously I think they're going to be good. They just won the Super Bowl. It's not like I'm expecting them to go back to 0. Like, I think they're going to be a pretty good team. But my answer was, look, I think it's a little early to tell because you haven't gone through the draft. The offseason's not over yet. I think it's just a little too early to have a fully formed opinion on that. But as I was kind of talking through it, as you know, a bit of verbal processor, Brock.
Oh, yes.
I did end up saying it just feels like there's one move left to be made. Like that there's just one more thing coming. And I don't know what that something is. So I guess my question for you is, what is it? If there's one move left to be made, what is it?
Yeah, I don't want to give up my full Blue 88 question and answer, but I had a very similar thought last night watching the Mariners kind of get shut down. Unfortunately, that Max Fried guy's pretty good. And if Cade Anderson is anything close to him, which is the name that I think Justin Hollander and others were whispering around and visioning and dreaming one day that maybe Cade could be, that would be pretty awesome because that guy was borderline unhittable last night. And I was going through some notes and reading things and prepping a little for Phillip and other stuff. And I had the same thought, and you'll hear it in Blue 88, but it was, there's going to be a rookie that's going to impact. There's going to be, based on the history of the last couple years, of Mike McDonald's very clear picture of what he is looking for and his staff and the continuity of the majority of it. I know you lose Kubiak, but just about, 90-something% of the staff remains. They got a pretty clear vision of the kind of pieces they want. And if these last two rookie classes, Salk, have people come in and not just make impact, but be game changers, as Eamon Worry and Zabel and others, and maybe this draft doesn't have them, blue chips at the very top, but it's got other starting chips. So I think that there's going to be a rookie or two. Heck, Torrey Horton was a what round pick last year? Riley Mills was a what round pick last year?
Both guys were fifth rounders, right?
Yeah, and they both made, and Torrey would have made, he's on his way to double-digit touchdowns as a rookie before, obviously, the season-ending injury. So, yeah,
before the thing that kept him from being a higher round pick popped up and kept him from being,
Yeah, I've got no reason to believe, based on the history of the last 2 years with Mike McDonald and John Schneider and the scouting department and everybody together, that their very clear picture, very clear language, very clear, this is what I'm looking for, can't be found in this draft with a guy or two. And they don't need 5 or 6 like they've needed the last couple years. They need a guy or two. And they find that, Salk. What was Jared Verse his rookie year? What was their second round, Young? Their late first round pick, the D-tack? Like, you find one of those guys, two of those guys, and add them to this mix of everybody else. That's going to be pretty fun to watch.
Are you asking me, Brock? Are you asking me to go back on a long-held belief of mine? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Well, the world's turned around in many ways, Salk. The Bengals made it to a Super Bowl.
That's true.
Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl.
So are you asking
Confetti fell on Sam
Are you
Ronald
asking
McDarnold.
me to go back on a long-held belief that while I think it's great when rookies contribute, and it's awesome, and it certainly happens, can't count on it. Is that what you're asking me to do? To count on rookies next year?
Did I say plural?
I don't know. Count on a rookie.
Yeah.
Okay, you're asking me to count on a rookie.
I sure am.
That's going to be hard for me.
I sure am.
So you're saying that if there's one move left to be made, one more significant piece left to be added, I should expect it and be happy with it being one of the rookies in this year's class, a draft class that you have consistently, along with everybody else, told me is horrendous. I should be and where the Seahawks only have 4 picks, I should be looking at that and saying, yep, one of these rookies in this year's class is going to make a major contribution next year. And that I shouldn't be thinking about Max Crosby, and I shouldn't be thinking about a veteran defensive end. I shouldn't be I shouldn't be thinking about a running back. You're telling me that with all that being said, if there's one move left to be made, I should be thinking about a rookie?
So I'm never going to tell you to stop dreaming. Okay, you're a visionary. You're a dreamer. Okay, and when you drink that 26-year-old's 27-year-old port, you're really going to be dreaming. And if you want to keep dreaming on Max Crosby, you keep dreaming. Is a veteran free agent end possible? Absolutely. A Clowney, a Von Miller, some of those guys that remain, absolutely. But I'm not going to, based on, remember, A.J. Barner was a 4th-round pick and came in as a rookie and played a big role and was a really good player. Like, this guy's a good player. Yeah, and I think the continuity and, most importantly, the communication of one Mike McDonald and his staff, I'm not going to be surprised if a rookie makes a difference. A rookie makes a difference on this club in 26.
Interesting. It's not where I thought you were going to go. Lyle Moore, do you have a better answer than Brock's? If there's one move, a move, an answer is going to make me happier, not like more accurate, just one that's going to make me feel better. If there's one move left to be made for the Seahawks, what do you think it is?
I mean, you want to circle back to Myles Garrett?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Let's do that. Give
you
me some
wanted
more.
an answer that was going to make you happy.
Yeah, you made me. Thank you, Lyle.
Way to go, Lyle.
Was it really that hard?
Way to go, Lyle.
Was it really that hard, Brock, to just say Myles Garrett? What are you rookie? Oh, you know what the next move's going to be? Some guy you've never heard of who's a 4th-round pick from Murray State. Like, oh, awesome. Could it be, please? That sounds great, dude. Yeah, Myles Garrett. Thanks, Lyle. Thank you for understanding what I was looking for at 10 past 7 here this morning. No need for anybody else to answer. Lyle's got it right. It's Myles Garrett. We'll be back with everything you need to know.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is all about. It's kind of like what we just did, dreaming, visioning of what summer is going to look like. And if you got a space in your house and you've been dreaming of that home gym I've been talking about, well, now is the time to reach out to my friends at Top Fitness. You give them your room dimensions, whether it's an extra storage room or something in the garage, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. No secret why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stuff. They represent the very best brands in fitness, like Woodinville's own Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. And they got everything from flooring to weights that will go in that home gym. No more slogging back and forth in the darkness and the rain and the wind. You get it right in your own house. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Mention me, and you're going to receive a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000 as well. Spring is here. So get into Top Fitness. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I don't have a lot to say about last night. Max Fried maybe was like specially designed in a lab to beat this Mariner lineup, and he showed exactly why last night. He really is one of the best lefties in the game, one of the best period in the game, and he was very, very sharp last night. They really couldn't do anything about him. He went 7 shutout innings. He only needed 90 pitches. They had just 4 hits and 1 walk. There really was no threat over the course of those 9 innings mounted by the Mariners. So
they hit a ball hard off of him?
No. Not really.
Randy
maybe
hit
early.
one.
Yeah, Randy stung one.
Stung one to right center early.
Yeah, and Grisham made a nice catch.
But it really, I mean, they barely even, between them and the Kraken, they barely mounted threats at all last night to even come close to scoring. But, you know, look, on the optimistic side, not everybody's Max Fried. On the pessimistic side, I do think that they have a little bit of a lefty problem. We've been saying it since before the season started. Their lineup is very left-handed dominant. There aren't a lot of lefty starters in their division, but when you go up against the Yankees and you face a Max Fried and a Weathers back-to-back, yeah, there's going to be some challenges in there. I think in some ways they'll almost look forward to seeing a guy like Cam Schlittler today, who's a really good pitcher, but at least he's right-handed and allows you to bring Luke Raley and bring Dominic Canzone and some of those bigger bats.
Well done on the name pronunciation.
Oh, I'm
saying that with great confidence.
Well, I'm going to be listening for Rick later. Poor Rick's going to have to say it a lot, so we'll see where that goes.
Rick got some cool love last night. I don't know if you were still watching mid innings or so, and the TBS crew was giving him all sorts.
I didn't know it was on TBS.
And love, and yeah, it was on TBS. Saw it there on a different channel every single
I just
night.
watched on the Mariner app that I purchased.
Yes.
Why was that like? They're just on the Mariner app last night.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. Well, that was very
cool.
nice of
No,
them.
it was really.
I was like, I watched
really
the whole
well
game.
done.
I didn't see anything like that. What are you talking about? Oh, I was watching Aaron Goldsmith. That's probably why. Logan Gilbert, not great. 5 runs over 5 1/3.
Just kind of what Cal called. Just felt good. I like any pitch, any count. So I only probably shook a couple times. I think we can kind of go with anything, and I think he did a good job back there. So yeah, just trying to have a good mix.
Don't shake off Cal.
Well, I don't even know if there were any shake-off issues. It just not his best in the first 2 games of this season. So hopefully there is more to come from Logan
Too much volume,
Gilbert.
right? Too much volume.
Too many pitches.
Not enough efficiency.
Yep.
Too many pitches.
JP
and
started
speaking of
his-
baseball, by
yeah,
the way,
yeah.
did you see the news about Russell Wilson?
No, is he playing baseball next year?
He's going to restart his baseball.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like an April Fool's conversation right there. JP started his rehab assignment in Tacoma. He went 0 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout, so he would have fit right in last night.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What that now?
I thought I could get that by
No, you
goalie.
didn't.
But the way you pronounced
Schlittler?
what's his name?
Cam Schlittler. I know. If Rick
You're on it. You're on it.
isn't fully on it tonight, it's going to be a total Schlitt show.
Like a fecal blizzard. It'd be great.
We got the details of the Colt Emerson contract yesterday, Brock, thanks to Daniel Kramer. Nice work by him. $8 million signing bonus, and then just $1 and $2 million salaries in the first 2 years. Then it goes to 9, then a few years between 12 and 18. The club option is for $25 million. So just to kind of break it down, it's $20 million during the 3 years where he could have made like 3. So he gets a lot of money up front, which is great for him, including $8 million today. And then it's $15 million as an average annual value in the final 5 years of the deal, which is, I mean, what do you
It's
think?
kinda
What do you
Acuna.
think
It's kind of
top
like an Acuna
shortstops
deal,
will
right?
make at that time?
Honestly, it reminds me of Acuna.
Well,
when we look at Acuna's deal now, and you're like, oh my gosh,
Right, it's
Atlanta's never
unbelievable.
going to trade him.
Right.
Why would they ever trade him for the amount of value that they're getting out of him?
In 2031, what do you think a top shortstop will make in 5 years on an average annual value basis?
$40 million.
More, right? Don't they already make close to 40?
$50 million, so $60 million. I don't
Let's
know.
go 60. If it's 60, he'll be making a quarter of that.
Yep.
So pretty good deal for the Mariners if he is the player that he's supposed to be. And I like that he wanted to be here, as Jerry DiPoto said yesterday.
I think Colt always envisioned himself as a Mariner. And, we have quite a few players, I think that way. And none more so than Colt from the day he entered the organization. I think he has a vision for what it's going to look like here. And as he finishes every conversation, we're going to win a lot of games. We're going to win a lot of games. And he is a championship type of player with a championship mentality. And when we talk about our team, he always sees himself in it.
3 quick little things on this. Number one, I love that he just didn't come up and do the press conference. He just had a statement. Nope, I'm going to get my work in Tacoma. That's awesome. You guys celebrate it, whatever. I'm not going to do that. Number 2, did you see his plays at third base last night?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Unbelievable. And
Yeah.
number 3, it's come to my understanding that this did happen quickly, like in the matter of weeks.
Yeah.
Some of these trades have taken years. This took just a couple weeks to get pen to paper.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, if you didn't like the Mariner offense last night, I hope you didn't also watch the Kraken.
I did not.
Because they mounted next to nothing. Gave up 2 goals early. There was no real response. Turnovers, not enough grit, not enough speed. Lane Lambert, not impressed.
What did he apparently see?
I thought there were some good things. We know that they, they're a bit of a handful in the offensive zone. I thought we, for the most part, kept their opportunities to a minimum. I think we had some, not a lot, but we had some good enough chances to.
Did you hear the popping at the beginning there,
Yeah,
Brock?
what was that?
That's actually the puppy under the table that he's kicking repeatedly over and over again, trying to remain somewhat positive.
I thought there were some good things.
Yeah.
We know that they, they're a bit of a handful in the offensive zone. I thought we.
Whoa.
That's rough. I'm just kidding. Lane wouldn't do that. That's everything you need to know. Jaden Schwartz came back, though, last night, Brock. I thought you'd like that. That's your guy. He came back after taking that skate to the face a couple weeks ago. So Jaden returned. Shane Wright was out. He got hurt in Buffalo. So, yeah, it's been a rough ending to this season.
And our guy, Mike McDonald, was he day drinking yesterday with 28 other NFL head coaches?
He was not.
and
He
Jake
says
Latham?
no to
No,
day
he was
drinking.
not. No, not a
Which
day
is
drinker.
smart, by the way. Day drinking's the worst. It's so fun at the beginning, and it always ends up awful. I love drinking, but I am not a fan of day drinking. It gets you every time.
What'd you just say?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the day drinking, Brock. It is, it's generally a mistake.
Even with Ray and the boys from Portland yesterday on the course?
Yeah, no, it just makes me so tired.
Right.
At the end of it, I'm just so... see, Maura's yawning right now just thinking about it.
What?
Maura just yawned in the other room. That
Maura.
never happens. But the idea of even thinking about day drinking Maura's like, oh my gosh.
On like a beach vacation.
Even then, like, I'll do it, but I almost always regret it. Even, like, I'll do it because, that's what you're doing on vacation.
But you'll hate it?
No, I love it, but then I'll end up regretting it. Okay, coming up next, Robert Murray broke this news yesterday on the big extension. Just how good is it? How quickly did it come together, Brock? And why did it come together so quickly? Those are questions we'll get answered next.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys.
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. Coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Pretty rare that we get breaking news during our show, Brock, and certainly not at 6:30 in the morning. That makes it even more rare, but hey, that's what we got yesterday. Robert Murray of Fansided breaking the news of the Colt Emerson contract extension, and he's kind enough to join us now. If you're watching on the YouTube feed or on the Seattle Sports app, you can see him because he joins us via video. Good morning, Robert. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I appreciate you guys having me. How's it going?
Well, good, and thanks for kind of throwing a little monkey wrench in the show yesterday as we got an opportunity to talk about a fun extension. How did it come together? How did you find out about the story, and or how did this deal get done kind of out of nowhere?
Yeah, so the two sides have been talking for roughly about a month, give or take, and it was a lot of back and forth. But I always sensed that there was optimism that it was going to happen. It was just like, what exactly would this deal end up looking like? Because it's pretty unprecedented. It's the biggest extension ever for a player who has not debuted at the major league level. And all of a sudden yesterday, I finally had gotten done with my writing, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go disconnect and go to the dog park with my dog. And as soon as I walk in those gates, I get a call saying, like, check on this. Like this could be a thing. It ended up happening. Actually, I found out like the day before that it was pretty darn close. And then I had to like wait overnight, and then 6:30 in the morning, it was finally got it across the finish line, sent it out. And now here we are talking about it. And sorry for throwing a wrench into your guys' show.
No, it was a good wrench. That's a good wrench. That's the kind we like.
There we go. For sure. No, it's fun. Like those kind of stories are fun. It's cool hearing the Mariners spending that kind of money. Like I love it from their perspective. Like this deal to me makes so much sense for them. Like not to just get into this myself here, but I love it. Like you have a team where you're still ascending here. You have a team that absolutely can go out and win a World Series. And then you have Colt Emerson, who is just an awesome prospect on their end. And you believe in him as a player, as a person, and everything. And for Emerson, you can guarantee him $95 million before he debuts. It just makes so much sense. And to me, it made sense for both sides. And to me, it ends up extending their World Series window because I love it from every perspective here.
One simple question, Robert, and one a little bit deeper. Simple question. When you say biggest extension ever for somebody that's never played in the big leagues, is that in length of deal or is that in total dollars guaranteed?
It's total dollars guaranteed. Because I mean, shoot it, like Yamamoto's in a different category. He obviously got 300 plus million, but he was in professional baseball overseas. But like we're talking, the previous one from a minor league player was Jackson Chourio with the Brewers. He got 82 million bucks. And now, I mean, with Colt, he ended up getting 95 million guarantee with a chance to get above 130.
Okay. And the deeper one, who does this resonate the most with? Is it the Mariner fan? Is it the players in the Mariners organization? Is it players around the league? Is it the league in general? Who do you think when they see this deal come down and finalized, who do you think it hits the hardest?
Can I go with two of them here?
Sure.
I'll go with the Mariners fan base, but also the players as well. Because from the players' perspective, you see the organization investing into this roster and also investing into the future as well. And that's going to add nothing but excitement to the team, especially considering the season they had last season. I mean, you have Cal Raleigh just absolutely break out and have actually the best season ever for a catcher. And you have other players who really stepped up last season. And you want to build off of that as much as you can. You end up adding Brendan Donovan. You re-signed Josh Naylor. Those were the two priority guys. And then the other priority was extending Colt Emerson. You do all three of those. You invest significant dollars into this roster. That, to me, like, if you're a player, that's going to make you work even harder. It's going to make you more excited to show up to the ballpark each and every day. And from the fan base's perspective, you have hope. You can root for a team. You can go to the ballpark and actually think, yeah, my team has a chance to win a World Series. And they do. Like, that team is awesome. They have a really good team, really exciting young talent on that roster as well. Colt Emerson's not going to be on the big league roster quite yet, but he will debut at some point this season. And when he does, that stadium is going to be buzzing, considering his overall talent and also just the extension they just gave him.
Yeah, so I'm excited to talk about that here in a couple of minutes. But as you're talking, we just thinking broadly about the Mariners' philosophy. And for a long time, Jerry would say it's draft, develop, and trade, draft, develop, and trade. And I finally realized this offseason that that's not enough. That's not really what they're doing. They're drafting, developing, trading, and then retaining their own players. And Cal Raleigh and Luis Castillo and Julio Rodriguez, and now throw Emerson Hancock and Colt Emerson, excuse me. The whole
Salk.
Emerson thing is just too much for me. And then you could even put Josh Naylor on there as well. I know he technically got to free agency, but put him in the same category. It really, how many other teams are doing that? Not necessarily spending big money in free agency. The Mariners spend very little in that regard, but spending a fair amount, like middle of the pack, on their own guys that they deem worthy of being part of the nucleus long term.
Yeah, I mean, if you automatically think of teams that invest into their rosters, specifically into retaining their young talent, I automatically go to the Atlanta Braves. Their team was built differently, of course, but the Braves have been uber aggressive in extending some of these young guys. Ronald Acuna, they ended up doing Austin Riley, Michael Harris. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And they got some extreme values here, especially when it comes to Ronald Acuna Jr. I mean, his contract is one of the most team-friendly in baseball history. And from the Mariners' perspective, if you can end up, like in their case with Colt Emerson, and now I'm going to be all screwed up here with Emerson Hancock and also
awful.
Colt Emerson.
It's just
I mean,
awful.
what are the odds? What are the odds they have two guys named Emerson on their roster?
I'm just waiting for Sterling Hitchcock to show up and be the pitching coach. It's horrible.
It's only a matter of time.
And
but no, it's great.
It's young. It's brutal, dude. I'm telling you, it's awful. It's just awful.
Oh, I'll tell you, I feel bad for the writers and also you guys as well. I mean, that's just.
I think Rick Riz is retiring, for God's sake.
I mean, it's smart. I mean, I don't blame him one bit. I would do the exact same thing. Yeah, it's crazy, but no, it's like, and the Mariners too. Like when you can go out and extend these young guys, obviously there's risk in doing these kind of deals for sure. Like they can blow up in your face. Like we saw what ended up happening with Evan White, and ever since I like reported that yesterday morning, it was like I've seen some people be like, "Oh, this is Evan White once again." This is a totally different case here. You have a player that the organization firmly believes in as a person first and foremost. Like he is, like we even saw Jerry Dipoto, I believe it was with Yahoo Sports in spring, said that he was as sure of a young prospect as you can have with not debuting in the major leagues. But also from a talent perspective too, like his offense, like very smooth swing, puts the ball in play, gets on base. Defensively, there were questions entering last season about what position he could end up playing, if he could end up being a shortstop, and he answered those. And from an everything perspective, like, you have just a really enticing prospect, and if it works out, you're going to end up having a deal that's going to look incredibly team friendly here. And I mean, I can also go back to how the Milwaukee Brewers ended up extending Jackson Chourio. They got ahead of it. It was a huge risk. It was something that I don't really think there was too much precedent going into it, but it looks incredibly smart, and it ended up saving them significant dollars, and also probably ended up keeping Chourio in Milwaukee long term rather than having to trade him like they've done with some of these other guys. I'm not saying that the Mariners would have had to trade Colt Emerson by any means, but you locked in a player that you firmly believe in, and if it all goes according to plan, they save quite a bit of money by doing it. So I don't fault them at all for doing it.
How much does the upcoming labor situation play a role in this?
It's on everyone's mind right now. You talk to people around the league, and I mean, shoot, they're bracing for it as of this point. Like team executives, I mean, shoot, they'll admit it, like, that it's coming. Agents are also bracing for it. We've seen how the players union now has like a huge war chest of over $500 million. Like, it's on everyone's mind, and players are going to want that certainty going into the labor discussions, where they don't have to worry about their contracts. And that's why we're seeing more of these extensions happen. It's why we're also seeing, going to extensions as well. We saw Chris Sale do a short-term extension with the Braves, where he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. And I firmly expect there to be more extensions here as well. So I think it absolutely has a factor in this as well. But at the end of the day, what do players want the most? They want financial certainty. And when you can get $95 million, even if there wasn't a labor situation going on or like a lockout that was looming, I absolutely think this deal would have gotten done between Emerson and the Mariners.
We're talking to Robert Murray, Fansided. He broke this deal story yesterday on the Colt Emerson signing. Could you give us the 30-second bio? Where are you? What is your story? How did you get to where you are?
Yeah, this is our maiden voyage.
Yeah, we never chatted with you before. So for those who don't know Robert, where are you located? How did you get to do some of this national stuff? Where's it come from?
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I live in Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm 30. I've done baseball reporting since I was 16. I basically broke my first story when I was 18 with Billy Butler going to the A's, 3 years for $30 million. And I got to go on MLB Network the next morning.
Awesome.
And I got to talk to Ken Rosenthal, Matt Vasgersian, and Harold Reynolds. And in that moment, I wanted to turn this thing into a career. Got a job with The Athletic covering the Brewers, worked alongside Ken Rosenthal. And now I've turned this into a national gig where we can report national news. It's legitimately, I could have never in my wildest dreams imagined anything quite like this, but I love it each and every day. Like, it's legit. It's never felt like work because I just love it so much.
Do you continue to break stories on Billy Butler? Like, isn't he playing like adult men's softball or something somewhere? Like,
oh, he's hitting absolute takes. Exactly. Like, the guy's an absolute beast. Like, yeah, I mean, he's unbelievable. Like, shoot, I mean, he was like watching him hit nukes in the majors, but also, like, can you imagine if you're a pitcher and you're like, you go into a men's rec league for softball and the first guy you got to face is Billy Butler? Yes. I would walk off the mountain. I'd just quit.
I mean, it's hilarious. The idea of Billy Butler hitting tanks in men's softball is just, it's A+.
So Scottsdale, 30. I'm looking, 5'10", 170 fit. Looks like you got a little, what kind of dog are we looking at here?
Golden Retriever, actually. Yeah. So, yeah. Actually, I got to put this out. I can't.
Hanging in Old Town.
I'm 6 foot. We got to put that out there.
There we go. Thank you.
Hopefully all the aggregators hit that one. Yeah. But no, it's
Old Town. The new strike zone says you're 5'10". Yeah. I mean, the old roster got 6 foot.
I mean, hey, if I can, I'm telling you, I'll be 5'10" if I got to deal with the ABS. Hey, absolutely.
Last thing on Colt, how does this change, if at all, the way he's developed this year when he comes to the big leagues? Does it give them more time? Does it, expedite the process? What does this do?
Yeah, they're going to continue to be patient with him. They really want to not rush him throughout the minors here. He is an incredibly talented young player who they want to be mindful of and bring him to the major leagues when he's ready. And this allows them to be patient with him because you're not going to have to worry about people worrying about like service time manipulation, because we always hear about that being a thing when it comes to prospect call-ups. But I don't think it changes anything from the Mariners' perspective and also from his perspective. And then also too, like one thing we've heard even Corbin Carroll say that when he ended up doing his deal, it gave him peace of mind where he could go out on the field and play free, where he didn't have to worry about like future earnings or whatever. And I think that's going to allow him to play free. I mean, it also might result in him buying a few more meals on the road for his minor league teammates, but still, like it's a good situation for him, and they can be very patient here.
Last thing for me here, Robert, you said earlier you would expect maybe some other deals, extensions around the league. Is there any expectation or would there be any other possible Mariner that you could see this done with?
Yeah, they've had numerous different discussions with prospects who are not named Colt Emerson. I could absolutely see something coming. I don't know exactly who it might be by any means. Like that's not even me trying to hide something. I don't have specifics on the players who they've spoken with, but I do know that they have had other conversations with some of their young players. So I would not be surprised, but I think everyone around the league at this point is watching Connor Griffin with the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've had a lot of conversations in Pittsburgh, and when or if that deal gets done, I would expect that to be.
Why would you do that?
It would.
Why would you do
Connor
that?
Griffin?
Like, I mean, I get it. If you're Colt Emerson and you look around, you're like, all right, look at this team. Look at what it's going to be looking like for the next 8 years. Okay, yeah, I want to sign. Why would Connor Griffin do that? Like, dude, I can't wait to get out of here.
I'll tell you, you haven't like when you talk about the Pittsburgh Pirates, you often are thinking like bottom of that division in the National League Central, but they're actually like they're budding. They got a decent team here. They got some dudes, and like there's actually a future here. There's some hope, and if you can end up from Griffin's perspective, he's 19 years old, which talking about $100+ million for a guy that young, I mean, I would have signed up for that. I would take that over breaking Billy Butler.
Think about what you could buy in Scottsdale for $100 million.
Shot.
There's a couple houses on Camelback though.
There we go. This guy, we got a texter here that says, this dude looks like an absolute stick. Brock, why are you asking about his dog? Ask about his handicap.
That's freaking funny. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm not much of a golfer.
Yeah.
I'm actually not much of a golfer, believe it or not. Yeah, I've gotten on although I will say I went to Topgolf.
That's your problem. You're too young. It won't come for you for another 5 years. In about 5 years, the addiction will come for you.
I'll be one of those Scottsdale dads who's always wearing the Travis Matthews stuff out in the links. I'm telling you, that's exactly how it's going to be going here.
Hey, this is fun, man. Robert, thank you very much. Robert Murray, fan-sided, broke the story yesterday and broke the Billy Butler signing all those years ago, which I just love. What a great way to get into the business. That's so awesome. Yep. Congrats, man. This is cool. We'll hopefully do it again.
No, I appreciate it, you boys. Have a good one. I'll talk to you soon.
There you go. There's Robert Murray. That was great. More of him. It was fun. Lyle, that's a guy that seems like he's up your alley, right?
Oh, I didn't get into it before we got on the show, but we know each other.
Oh, you do? Oh,
yeah.
Why didn't you?
Lyle,
why wouldn't you say that?
Slipped my mind. No, it didn't slip my mind. I don't want to interrupt the interview.
Well, why didn't you tell us before we talked to him?
Oh, my bad.
You didn't want us to have any bias? You didn't want us to think he was one of yours? That,
good dude?
Really good everything.
I mean, he seemed like it. He seemed like a great guy.
I mean, and he's close to our age breaking the news he's breaking. And you think about a lot of the newsbreakers in the industry. I mean, it feels like give it a little time and he's going to be like one of the premier guys.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, other than Jeff, most of those guys who break stories and Morosi's not that old.
Exactly.
But like, it's kind of just the two of them. Like there is no next generation coming up under them. And yeah, it seems like maybe he's got an opportunity to be that guy. So, oh, cool. Thanks for telling us, Lyle. I got a pretty good relationship with our next guest.
The best part is you heard it was kind of like awkward back here before the segment started when he said hello to him, and I was like, why didn't you tell him who you were? He's like, well, we were hurrying to get to the segment. I'm like, no, there was actually like an awkward 2 minutes where like no one was saying anything.
Lyle.
I mean, do you want me to have my own like side conversation while we're just trying to get him on?
Lyle.
Yes. Hey, dude, it's Lyle. We know each other.
There on hold, like.
Lyle, do you not know how Boy Howdy carved his career?
Lyle, just say, hey, man, it's Lyle. Good to talk to you.
You live and you learn, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Oh, my God.
So
make adjustments.
Let's do some Blue 88s.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Boo, idiot!
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I love you, man. Don't change.
I do too.
Lyle.
There's
I
a big
really
part
love
of me
you.
that really respects that humility, Lyle. Like you're not the ace.
Humility.
You're the third or fourth in the rotation. You know your role.
Just let us know ahead of time. Oh yeah,
No,
I know this
Brock's
guy's
right.
really good.
It's not about me.
Yep.
You guys are having him
But
on.
we've been talking
right.
about him since yesterday. We talked about getting him on. Maura's like, oh yeah, like his DMs are open. I'll DM him. Like, you want to say like, oh yeah, I know that guy?
Well, Maura was already on it. She's on it.
She's on it. Yeah, that's right.
I didn't want to step on anybody's toes.
Lyle
my
knows
gosh.
his authority, where he fits in. Boy, howdy never knew his authority.
Well, that's for sure. It was
Yes.
limitless in his mind. Brock, question number 1. John Schneider was called the one of one as NFL
Yes, he
GMs. How
was.
come?
Oh, did you listen to old Pat McAfee? and the
It sounds like
boys
it has a lot to
yesterday?
do with day drinking. Here's Peter Schrager.
I'm going to say the MVP every year, and it's not because of the drinking consumption, just the friendliness and the charismatic. John Schneider, the GM of the Seahawks, is the winner always at this event.
I would agree.
He's the most
I would
secure.
tend to agree.
He's the most secure in his job. He's the most successful at his job, and he's also the nicest guy and has stories galore. And he can hang.
It does.
he can hang.
It does kind of sound like Peter Schrager saying it's a little about that.
Well, one of Pat's buddies was, I think, hanging with Schneider, which at one point they shared later in that clip. He had a beer in pocket while bringing the rest of the boys, taking care of the rest.
John did, or his friend?
Oh yeah.
Beer
John
in
did.
pocket.
Beer in pocket.
Okay.
You ever gone beer in pocket?
I mean, not since college.
Oh, Tracy was there, and they are, man. Everything they just said, everything Peter said right there. Genuine, check. Nice dude, check. Really good at his job because he really empowers everybody around him, check. Egoless, check. Like he checks all those boxes, and why he's one of one, and he likes to have a little fun. And those settings are a great place for, I think, his giftings to come to life, and they certainly did down in Arizona.
Oh my God!
What?
I just got some. I just got some information about
Is this
Billy
April
Butler.
Fool's?
No, it's
Oh.
Billy Butler related.
Oh, okay.
I was invited to go to Bantam with some people this past year. I couldn't make it, and I don't know them very well. I couldn't make it. It was in January, and I was out of town. But I really wanted to go, and I was thinking maybe I would try to go next year. And I just found out Billy Butler goes on that trip every year.
Whoa.
Talk about a guy who's got to hit the ball 400 yards. I think I might have to go. Forget about Bantam just to see Billy Butler golf.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, question number 2. Mike McDonald talked through some of the challenges, Brock, of having a shortened off season.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Yeah, well, it's April 1st, Salk, so everything has been expedited big time. They've had to play a bunch of hurry up. Here was McDonald yesterday at the owners' meetings talking through it.
It's real. I mean, here we are at league meetings, and our players are showing up in a couple weeks, so everything's expedited, like getting the staff back together. You're also trying to give the guys a break to figure out to kind of get the mind, body, and spirit fresh to turn it around. But there's no rest for the weary, so off we go. But it's exciting. I think once you get back in the cadence of the players being back in the building and start to come around, you get refreshed, rejuvenated, and it gets exciting again.
I think the two things I'll keep my eye on, I hit on one of these earlier in the week, is just that balance between the young players developing and taking care of the veteran guys, yet keeping that total edge that Leonard and the rest of them all had last year, chasing that championship. So that's one. And the other is obviously Fleury, the new OC. How does that look? How does he assimilate with everybody else on staff that's largely the same? Those will be two places I'll keep an eye through the OTA season.
All right, question number 3. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about Hard Knocks coming to Seattle this summer, which should be very entertaining. I know you spent some time thinking about it last night. Who are your breakout stars? What do you got?
Yep, I did. We hit on this quickly yesterday. Here's a little bit of thought, and we can verbally process this together.
Yeah.
Some honorable mentions. Spoon will be an honorable mention because he talks so fast. His spirit is so force multiplying that the cameras will just be captivated. Julian Love's an honorable mention because, well, he's on the other side of that. Like just coach,
Cerebral.
right? Cerebral. He's going to have a new partner. He's going to have a younger, he's just, and he's off the field, super mature, and he golfs, and like he's just a kind of a renaissance man, I guess I would say.
I like that.
Jalen Milroe could be. Where does he fit in this? What does he look like, right? Where does his career go? So those are some of my honorable mentions. But as far as 3 biggest stars, I'm going to go 3, the Barnyard. AJ's not afraid. He put on a show at the parade. I think he will be very gregarious. Number 2 is to be determined rookie. I think that there is going to be a rookie involved in this because whether it's a running back, whether it's the right guard, whether it's a defensive edge, who knows what it is. I think that there will be, how does this rookie assimilate to the Super Bowl winning team?
Okay. So one of the stars will be a rookie.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Yes, it will. And then the biggest star is going to be Adam Dirty. That accent. He's going to be the biggest star.
So you don't even have Gray Zabel on the list now. He was the first guy you thought of. Now he's not even on your list.
Too easy.
Wow.
He's not drinking Busch Lights during training camp.
Are you sure? Positive.
Yeah.
Does he want to be the MVP of the owners' meetings or not?
Could he put Busch Light in both pockets?
Yeah. Are we going pocket beers or no?
Can you imagine his hands gripping at the Busch Light?
I can. Yes. That is today's
Giant?
Blue 88. He's not as big as Andre the Giant. No. I don't think so.
Andre.
So Brock, you and I have a lot of conversations, hardly ever awkward. I wonder if there was a very awkward conversation last night. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Spring is a perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Daryl's knee problems started years ago.
The initial injury happened back in my high school days. It was more of a nerve damage that was done in the knee.
And eventually, it led to surgery.
They had the knee replacement done on the right knee. The orthopedic surgeon I worked with obviously was ready to do the work on the left knee, and I just didn't feel good about it.
Instead of another replacement, he chose stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. How's your pain now?
On a bad day, 1 or 2.
So you went from an 8 to a 1 or a 2.
It's been great. I can't say the same for the other knee. We're still having challenges.
And when people ask you about surgery?
What I always tell them is that you should first talk to Dr. Wagner. You should look at stem cell as an option before you do the surgery. Because once you do the surgery, the stem cell isn't going to help you. And if he says he can help you, believe him.
Before you choose surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first, the most experienced in the Northwest with over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
G's funny. G just makes me laugh in general.
Oh, is G going to be on Hard Knocks? Oh, G's going to be on Hard Knocks.
Of course he is. I also just said something to him that I can't repeat, but it was very funny. He definitely laughed. So it was making me laugh. All right. What do you think? It's awkward conversation time. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to have some tonight, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Awkward ones coming my way tonight.
Why?
Basketball banquet.
Okay. Oh, after the coach.
Yeah. Oh, the coaches. Oh, yeah. And I am all for it. 10 years ago, Brock, not for it. Very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Are you going to stand up and let it be known?
Nearly 50-year-old Brock, very comfortable.
Well, I can tell you,
afraid.
Just be careful. Having recently embarrassed myself in a public youth sports meeting,
I'm not going to drop a fire truck. I'm not going to do that.
Don't do that. You'll have a hard time living it down. Trust me. All right, Brock, how awkward do you think it was last night? About halfway between second and third base in Tacoma, as JP and Colt Emerson were together on the Rainiers, not just in the lineup where they hit second and third, but in the infield where they played short and third. Was it awkward?
You know, it's funny. We could make this one, and we've been over our years, Salk, I think unfairly deemed drama queens at times and pot stirrers and looking for stories when there aren't.
We've been unfairly maligned.
Yeah, I think there's been times we've been unfairly maligned. Yes. And this is one where I don't, just because of the straight personalities, because JP has been there and done it. Top rated prospects, right? Made a little bit of money and then ultimately signed and made more money. Like he's made good money. He's married. He's got kids now. He's got husky dogs. And he's chill. We've been around. He's just chill. And I really say this because of the way Colt handled it. Mm-hmm. If Colt had been Jared Kelnick, and maybe this is unfair of Jared, but I think he's up at that press conference with his hair gelled and a nice, necklace.
And his videographer recording every moment.
And
I've only known two people in my life to have videographers. Jared Kelenic and G. Scott. That's it.
No,
and
east
Russ.
to west.
3.
East to
You're
west.
right. 3 people in my life that have had videographers follow them around. Jared Kelenic, Russell Wilson, and G. Scott. Those are the 3. And really, the big 3 of videography, I think we would all say.
All the
You're
more
right.
reason I loved him when he was a prospect. I love the idea of guys putting out content.
I think you're right, Brock. He would have been there, and the fact that,
And
Colt's
then he
not
would have
like
come
that.
back to the clubhouse in Tacoma and high-fiving his bros, would have said, smell you later, JP. Thanks for keeping the seat warm. And that's just not this kid from Ohio. That's just not the way he's wired.
Reality is, I don't think JP's really wired to be jealous or upset either, and I'm probably projecting my own self onto him. With a salary of just $1 million for this year, they really don't have to call up Colt this season. I mean, just looking at what the numbers are that Kramer put out yesterday.
Got $8 million to sign.
Yeah, but that's a signing bonus. That's,
right.
It's a $1 million salary this year.
Yeah.
So, there's no pressure to bring him up. There's no clock starting. He's getting $1 million this year, whether he's up or not. He's getting $2 million next year, whether he's up or not. There's no upside to the Mariners in bringing him up any sooner. It's not like you're letting money waste away in Tacoma. You're not. You're just choosing when to bring him up and when he's ready. So the idea that he got this money, so now JP is going to be out of a job this year, I don't think it's going to happen that way at all.
That sometimes almost make it worse to know
that it's going to end
for a long time that it's coming.
Well, that is where it gets a little bit more interesting.
Probably was some awkwardness.
But let's just on the Colt side of it. There is no reason to bring him up any sooner than you would have. That does not show up as a part of this thing now, which I think is good. There is no reason to start the clock. There's no reason to not start the clock. You can 100% just wait until he's ready because he's going to be here until 2034, regardless of when you start that clock and when you call him up because there's no clock anymore.
Yep.
So if I'm JP, I don't need to feel threatened for this year. But it obviously puts an expiration date, you would think, on JP's time here.
Yeah.
And thinking about that is a little weird. I wonder how he takes it. I wonder how his teammates take it. If I were him, I think I'd try to be very supportive, but it would still hurt my pride. It would still hurt my feelings. Nobody likes to find out that the organization is ultimately probably going to replace you. Now, Jerry was asked about JP yesterday.
Obviously, the having JP is the longest tenured shortstop in club history, I think, is just these are good problems to have when you have good players all over the diamond. Now we had to find creative ways to make it work, and I do think that Donnie's versatility could potentially, play a big part in that. But as it works out, we're in no rush. We're going to let Colt continue to get his feet on the ground and do the things he's been doing in his development.
Yeah. So again, for this year, if I'm JP, I'm like, yeah, it's all right. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of opportunity. I got to go out and hit and do everything else, but there's plenty of opportunity. For next year, it does sort of make it feel like the writing is on the wall. And it's not just how he handles that, but how do his teammates handle that? Because he's been a leader in that clubhouse. He's been a big part of what they do.
Yeah, well, he turned 31 in January. He's in the final year of his contract. He made some money here, right? Not extraordinary, but good money. They didn't sign like a 3-year, $60 million deal. So he's made good money, and he's going to be incentivized, just like Randy Arozarena in the final year, just like Josh Naylor was at the end of last year, just like Gino Suarez was when he was an impending free agent. Like, this is the business. Like, these guys know the business. Been in the business for a decade. Like, this is the business of baseball.
Can you come up with another example, though, Brock, where the person who was going to inherit the throne was signed to a deal of this size and the current occupant was hanging on for the rest of the year?
Okay, so here's the key question.
That's a little different.
Here's the key question to that. And I guess the only kind of question in there is if JP goes out and is a 4-win player again and hits and does his thing and hits, it's just JP, 4.5 WAR player. Could you and would you have signed Emerson to that deal, projecting him as a third baseman? Or does that deal tell you he has to be the future shortstop?
I just don't see how he's playing third base for very long.
Okay.
Not that it couldn't be for a year, this year especially. Hard for me to imagine that it just takes part of his value away. Now, look, I mean, if long
So the value of that deal, and I'm just asking, I'm not playing
the
down here or
value,
anything.
but part of the value is that he plays a premium position, right?
I would think so. think so.
Yeah, here's Aaron Goldsmith yesterday talking about JP as well.
Even if he is not a Mariner next year, and Randy Arozarena is in the same boat, he's a free agent at the end of the season, there's still a lot to play for, right? You're on two fronts. One, this is a team with World Series aspirations, so there's one. And the other is, whether it's with the Mariners or whether it's with one of the 29 other teams, both those guys are playing for a contract next year. So there's plenty of motivation on either side, whether it's from the team perspective or an individual perspective.
Yeah, I'm not worried about motivation.
No, and if JP, he's going to be super motivated.
Absolutely.
Personally, professionally, everything else. He goes out and has a great year. He'll be 32 next year. There's not much of a market. Hey, you know what? Maybe we sign him back for another year and play Colt at third base when he's 21 years old. Like,
if it were me, I'm not JP. I'm not suggesting JP finds it awkward. I would find it awkward. It would hurt my pride. It would hurt my feelings. It would. Yes, I'm just trying to be honest. I'm not saying JP feels that way. I don't want JP calling up and being like, "Hey, I don't feel that way." Yeah, okay. I'm sure.
Yeah, there was a day I was the biggest crybaby, pouty face, whining little you-know-what on the training camp practice field in Cheney, Washington, when the Seattle Seahawks traded for Trent Dilfer.
Right.
It was bad enough to trade for Matt Hasselbeck the year before. Okay, I can be the backup. And now you're bringing Trent Dilfer in. And I was out there moping and whiny, and Holmgren grabbed me. He's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you think?" He's like, "You know, with the 49ers, we had Steve Bono, Steve Young, and Joe Montana. And I thought you had more character than this. I thought you were. I didn't, think pride came before the fall with you. I mean, rightfully.
I hope your answer was, well, those two guys aren't Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Hey, one's a Super Bowl champ.
I didn't say it wasn't, but I would hope that you answered that's not Steve Young and Joe Montana.
No,
that's Matt Hasselbeck and Trent Dilfer.
But it hit me between my wide-spaced eyes. Like,
you know what he would have said? And you're no Steve Bono.
But and at that point, you still had hope. You still had hope to compete. Like with this deal, JP knows that the writing's on the wall.
It's just awkward. If it were me, I would find it very awkward. I would find it very, very hard to deal with. I would be a malcontent, or at least I would try hard not to be. But deep inside, I think it would be hard. Like, oh, okay, so you think I'm done? Great, cool, thanks, appreciate it. I've been put out to pasture already, and my season's not even done.
In this example, again, to carry it forward, okay, so Matt wasn't Joe Montana, but like, what if his skill set was that much greater? Like, okay, yeah, I get it. Can JP not look at the dude next to him, watch the plays he makes at 20 years of age, look at the lack of strikeouts, look at the noise off of his bat, and go, okay, yeah, I get it. I get
Brock,
it. This
the
dude's
difference
gonna be
here
a
is
phenom.
you're not starting in the meantime. In your scenario, you just go back to being the third quarterback. Like, JP's going to come back and start at shortstop for the rest of the year and be one of the leaders in the clubhouse, which, apologies to you, you weren't at that time.
I was always a leader,
All
Salk.
right.
It didn't matter what role I played.
All right.
How
Let's
dare
take a
you.
break.
Now you've crossed the line.
It's everything you need to know next.
I was the Seahawks Man of the Year.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First. Olympic Hot Tub's Sweet Spring Savings Event is here. Now through April 14th, thanks to incredible factory discounts, you can save up to $16,500 on an amazing endless pool swim spa. OlympichotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
This baseball season, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have you covered with every play. With their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, kind of a crummy game for the Mariners last night. The weather got warmer, but the bats stayed cold. They did very, very little against their second straight lefty starter. No shame in not getting to Max Fried. Again, one of the best in the league, but a difference between what this lineup looks like against righties versus lefties, I would say there's some significance there, and they just weren't really able to generate a whole lot offensively. Just 4 hits, 1 walk. Fried just needed 90 pitches to go through 7 innings. He was dominant.
You know what I was thinking last night, Salk?
What were you thinking, Brock?
I was thinking about us. You and me, baby. You and me and more at the picnic table, and you asking Logan how his year was last year. I thought that whole interaction, honestly. Because I think the bar in the standard and the thought is that Logan's a Cy Young candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go take that next step, man. Go be that next $300 million pitcher, right? And then you see Max Fried, who is that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, Logan's really, really good. He's really,
there
really
are
good.
days where Logan looks just like that also. Last night just wasn't one of them.
That's true. That is true.
I mean, yes, you're right. If you looked at last night and that was
more of those days and more of those seasons.
That's true.
And more of those numbers over the last few years where, last year was with the elbow and everything else a little bumpier. And then these first 2 starts, they're good.
Been a little,
they're good.
Yesterday was not good. I mean, he gave up 5 runs and 5 1/3.
Yep.
Like, that was not a good start. I would say that's
Cal didn't help him. He may have gotten wiggled out of that and given up 2 runs in 6 innings.
But that wasn't a good start. I think when it's all said and done, it would be hard for me to go there. JP, by the way, started his rehab assignment in Tacoma. He went 0 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
He played next to Colt Emerson, 1 at short, 1 at third. We got the contract details. It's basically $1 million this year, $2 million next year in salary. There is an $8 million signing bonus, but it's kind of cool. Like, it's $20 million he gets in the first 3 years, whereas he would have gotten maybe 3 if he had gotten called up during that time. And then during the later part of the contract, he's making like $15 million a year. So that's a huge break for the Mariners during that time. Club option 2034 is for $25 million, but it really is a win-win for both sides. It really is a good deal.
Is the lobster shop still down there on Reston Way?
I don't know.
Because I'm wondering if, these other...
I didn't realize that was a real question you were asking me. I thought that was just rhetorical.
Remember, that was the greatest meal I'd had at that point in my life, my senior year of high school.
Sure. Yeah, I do remember.
Was treated there and family members and everything else for a pretty fun award.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of curious if Colt's going to have to, treat his boys somewhere along the way.
I would imagine there'll be a pretty decent meal coming people's way. Jerry DiPoto said yesterday that we could see him this season, but it's a little complicated.
How it all fits, especially with Leo being the only one who hits from the right side, is a little more complicated. But I think that's where Brendan Donovan's versatility really plays a huge part in what we're doing. And I referenced it through the offseason or once we acquired Brendan. Donnie's versatility made it such a priority for us to acquire him because he allowed us to do a lot of creative things with the other players on the field. And we didn't want to stop Cole's rise, his ascension to a premium position. We didn't want to stop Colt from making an impact when he was ready to make an impact.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? When you and I were growing up, and even the years that followed us, it was like, oh no, teach your right-handed son to hit left-handed. If Colt Emerson hit right-handed, it might be a little different conversation. That clock might be sped up that much more with just the way the rest of the roster and the lineup is configured. Is that true?
No, but it would make the roster construction a little easier, I think, for sure.
Yeah, maybe the timing wouldn't be, but the overall construction of it, it'd be neat if you were right.
We'll see how close this ends up being, but my take is we still see him about Memorial Day.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
If you really didn't like watching the Mariners offense last night, I hope you didn't double dip on the Kraken like I did, because it was not impressive. They get shut out as well, 3-0 in Edmonton, give up a couple goals early, never mounted much of a response.
Edmonton's not even that great of a defensive team, right? They do have a ton of offensive firepower.
They're just not a good defensive team.
Yeah. That's a long road trip, and they got now 9 left and a couple points down. They're still thankfully
but that was another wasted opportunity. It's rough. They got Utah tomorrow night. Jaden Schwartz came back. That was cool. Shane Wright is hurt.
So you got a nice scar, do you know?
I don't know. That's a good question. Those guys are pretty well scarred in general. That's everything you need to know.
You take a blade to the face.
Yeah. Still couldn't really tell if it was the blade or the heel. Like, it was a little funky. It must have been the blade. Okay. But yeah, it was strange situation for Jaden Schwartz. Good to see him back out there. All right. Well, Brock.
Yes, Michael.
You may not have been a leader on that Seahawks team, but you're a leader on this show.
Watch your mouth.
You are a leader in this building and on this show. And you showed why this week when you said, hey, I got an idea. Mm-hmm. Let's try to talk to a bunch of quarterbacks that played against this Seahawks defense this year and see what they saw. And who better to start with than the guy who came out of retirement as a grandfather, no less, and said, oh, I know, I'm just going to go take on this Seahawks defense. Let's see what happens. Phillip Rivers will join the show next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears, right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. You know, coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. This offense is going to be great. Mm-hmm. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it is Mike Salk here, and I don't know if you've been considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss, but before you do, let's ask some questions, right? Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year and then stay on that medication long-term to maintain the results? Because a lot of the prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when you stop the medication, then the weight regain is pretty common. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight loss can come from muscle, which might also slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. Yeah, it's challenging, right? At Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, though, totally different approach. It's a doctor-designed program that helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependencies, none of it. It's real food that you eat, you buy it at the grocery store, cook it yourself, and it resets your metabolism, controls hunger and cravings naturally, and helps your body burn fat, not muscle. Come to the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do the program really from anywhere you live with great remote options. You can schedule your free phone consult online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. If you're looking for a safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
No, this isn't an April Fool's joke. There are a lot of texts thinking this is just an April Fool's joke. That's not April Fool's. We actually have Phillip Rivers on the show. It's not
messed up.
We wouldn't do that to you guys. We don't do April Fool's jokes on this show. No, Phillip Rivers is with us right now. Good morning, Phillip. How are you?
Hey, guys. Morning.
No, that is really, was that a 206 to text? That had to be a 206 to texted that in. That's just awful. Some of these folks out there, Phillip, they're just very cynical at times. They don't know that we bumped into each other, a week and a half ago or so, through our sons and everything else. And then as I was driving through Alabama, through Florida on a wonderful vacation, I thought, you know what? I think it'd be kind of fun. As much as we talk about these Seahawks and analysts talk about it, how about some of these guys that actually played against them? So thank you for doing this, the first and hopefully a bunch of other fellas over the next few weeks and months leading up to the season that can speak to what you saw last year. And before we get to the football of it, Phillip, can you take us back to the first text, the first phone call, the first something that came from the 317 in Indy that said, hey, man, I got a thought for you?
Yeah. No, I think it's a heck of an idea to get some of these guys that played against that heck of a Seahawks defense and obviously Super Bowl champs. So I think it's a heck of an idea to hear from the guys that were in between the lines. But it was one of I have a great relationship with Shane Steichen. He coached me in San Diego, LA, and kind of the offense we ran in my latter years were what I also ran in Indy with Frank Reich. I mean, obviously it all evolves and changes year to year, but. So I had a great relationship with those guys. I would check in with Shane every so often throughout the year. You obviously end up pulling for your old teammates and you pull for your old coaches, as you've been out of the league. And Shane just said, "Hey, you think you can do it?" And I was like, I kind of took a deep breath, kind of moved my shoulders a little bit, and I was like, "Well, yeah. I think I can, but hold on now. I gotta let me take a deep breath." And And we, visited Monday morning, and I said, I need to get up there and throw and let y'all see if you think I can do it. It's one thing for me to just start having some, get the blood flowing a little bit and the competitiveness in me and go, yeah, I can do it. And I said, y'all need to just get me up there. And if y'all tell me, no way, then I'll fly back home. But let me get up there in front of you. And then we kind of got that done Monday night and went from there.
I'm just surprised he didn't say something like, no, we know you can throw once. We want to see what you look like the next day. Like, we know you can run around and for a day, sure.
Run around.
All right, well.
Throw.
Easy.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah. But what does it look like after you take a couple hits? What was it like waking up that next Monday morning after the first game?
Yeah, well, I'll be honest. It duly noted, and there's really nowhere to hide in a football uniform. I was a little heavier than I was, when I last walked off the field in Buffalo. However, I'd probably been about 3 months in to actually training pretty hard, not training to play football, but just physically resistance stuff, weight stuff. And so I actually felt strong and I felt good. Certainly wasn't training to move away from Leonard Williams and Chenna and those guys, but I felt strong physically. So I wasn't as much worried about taking a hit and those sorts of things as I was about having to, step over the pocket real fast or, move up in the pocket and all of a sudden pop a calf or something. I was more worried about that. But so I didn't feel awful. I was worried about feeling awful Monday morning. I didn't feel awful that Monday morning. And actually the first hit I took in the early in the game in Seattle actually was refreshing in a sense. It wasn't a bad hit. But it was one of those, I got knocked to the ground, and I was like, oh, all right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, heck yeah. It almost kind of locked me into the game. So, but it was a blast, to say the least, to be out there for those 3 weeks and be a part of it again for 4 weeks. And obviously disappointed we didn't win some ball games and get in the playoffs, but it was an absolute blast. It was kind of a bonus gift I got of football that I certainly thought was long gone.
Phillip, I should probably ask this at the end of it, but the audience knows I'll at times ask offensive questions because it's just what left-handed middle child, third-string quarterbacks do. My buddy John Kitna got called back to the Cowboys. Not quite as old as you were and not a grandpa yet, but got called back, and he was like, oh, yeah, just give me my old pants and everything, and the pants didn't fit. He needed a bigger size and everything else. He was a little bigger. If you were to have stepped on a scale, it's at Lumen Field, heading out to that game, compared to what you were at the end, as you mentioned, the Buffalo Bills. What did you play at, 230? Were you a 235 guy at the end of your career?
Yeah, I hovered between 28 and 34 probably, throughout the course of a whole season and certainly later in my career. If I got on the scale as I entered the stadium there, I was probably 244. So I was probably 10 pounds heavier. Yeah. And just not quite in the shape cardio wise. You start putting it in different places when you get in 40s.
Oh, yeah.
So funny
50.
you say that about your old pair of pants and everything. Yes. So yeah, I was like, all right, I got to bring in my old stuff. Should I bring my old shoulder pads? But I get in there with the equipment guys, and they said, hey, we got your same jersey from when you were here in 20. You want the same cut? I said, no, boys, we gotta let a little out.
Let's go with the relaxed. Yeah.
Was that Frog? Is Frog still in the equipment room? Is Frog still there?
Yeah, Frog. Frog is still running the show. Unbelievable. That whole. So for me, going back there, there was a sense of I've been here before. Obviously because I had been. But when you have the whole same equipment room staff, the whole training room staff, DT still with the player, relations and the whole deal. And then, I had 14 teammates from that 2020 team. So it felt I'd been in the huddle with Quentin Nelson and Pittman and Jonathan Taylor and those and Mo Alley Cox. I'd been in there with them. So it felt like, oh yeah, it didn't feel like I was a guest quarterback. It felt like, yeah, I've been in it with these guys before.
Love it.
Brock, I thought you were going to reference that big D tackle at the weight, who they had to weigh on the freight scale here.
No,
Was,
for the Seahawks?
Yeah.
No,
that guy was like 600 pounds.
He's about 490 pounds.
He was a pretty big boy. All right, so let's get to why we wanted to talk to you. Phillip Rivers with us. You played against the Seahawks this year. What was it like to play against that defense?
Well, obviously, it goes without saying. It's well noted, and have seen the tape, and obviously the run they went on going into that game. That for me, and I watch every Sunday, and I didn't really get away from the game in the last 5 seasons, so I watched fairly closely. Not as I would if I was preparing, but I watch fairly closely. So I get in there that week, and it's like putting your eyes on this defense, and like now you're going to be under center. You're watching them a little different than you did when you're sitting on the couch at the house. But so. As that week, as you're preparing throughout that week and kind of getting yourself back wired with your own stuff, Brock, right? I mean, you're early in the week, you're worried about yourself and your own game plan. And there for me, it was a crash course of that, which I was familiar with, but still different when you actually have to do it. And then it's like, all right, man, I got, where's this stinking nickel? I got to make sure I know where 3 is that's in the game like a linebacker all the time. And then here's Witherspoon that obviously is a heck of a blitzer as well and a great DB. And then this defensive front and how do we want to handle Leonard Williams and what about Lawrence and Chenna and these guys rushing on the outside? So as you're going through the week, it really felt like the box was their strength. And you felt like 3 was kind of the star. I mean, he'd be the kind of the guy that I would star and say, look out, he'll wreck this game and he can play. He's as fast as anybody on the field, but he's also as physical as any linebacker and any guy in the box. And obviously that linebacker core, I just thought as a whole, there with Ernest and Drake Thomas and then you throw in, you consider, Evan Morey as a linebacker, even though I know he's a safety. So it was a safety nickel kind of body, but they were really solid. I think the biggest thing is, and you see this with the best defenses, I think. And yes, they're good at disguising. Yes, they have some good pressures, and yes, they got Coach Mike's unbelievable there and does a great job. But when you're really good and you got really good players and good coaches, you don't have to do a whole lot, And so I felt like you get as I dove into it, and then you play them in the game, and it's like, well, they didn't do a bunch. It's not like they just had you like, what in the world is coming next? They're really sound and they don't have to do a ton, but they do it all off of the same look. They really like to start in that shell defense, and then they have some pressures from there. Some of them are those what nowadays is being called those simulated pressures. Where they're really not bringing but 4 and they're dropping it in, but it's eating up a back, or it's they got some great disguise behind it, and so it was a challenge. Obviously, we hung in there to say the least, but you look up and you go, well, yeah, we threw for 130 yards and rushed for whatever. It wasn't like we lit them up by any means, but gave ourselves a chance. We needed one more score. We felt like if we could get one more touchdown, obviously we had the touchdown to Downs early in the game, but if we could have scored one more time with the way our defense was playing, we felt like we'd have won the game. And then really the last drive, if we could have got one more first down, we would have been kicking the walk-off as opposed to Myers kicking the walk-off, 40-something seconds later.
Okay, so take me back to that touchdown. Salka, you got it. We'll play the highlight. This was the touchdown, and I'm curious from both a football and a human being element. Here's what it sounded like.
Rivers from the shotgun on 3rd down and 3. A slot to the left side. Rivers wants to throw, stops, throws over the middle, touchdown Colts. Boy, does he make it look easy. And just running right away from Josh Jobe, who was in coverage that time. A 7-yard touchdown reception. And the Colts now stretch their lead to 12-3 to a stunned crowd here at Lumen Field.
All right, Phillip, 2 things. Give me the football perspective of that play, how you kind of took apart the defense and won that one, and then the human being element as you're running off the field. And as you told me, some of your younger kids getting a chance to watch Dad do something that they didn't get to see because you were done playing by the time they were around. Give me both of those elements if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, well, goosebumps as you play the replay. Obviously, you feel like you can go right back to it. We felt like they played some man covers down in the low red area, and so we thought there was a chance to get Downs running away as we did. We had a corner route there to Downs' side that were kind of peeking, and they ended up walking up and pressuring it there at the last second, and the offensive line did a great job of picking that up, and Downs was able to just escape quickly with the kind of get interference with the or 2 receiver there and get across the field with some speed. So I wanted to get the ball in his hands as quick as I could and let him go score with it. It was a little bit on his back hip if I was really being critical of myself. But he thankfully he was open enough. He was able to get in the end zone. And then, the human element was just I mean, it was an emotional week. Shoot, I can get emotional right now. It was an emotional week, but and then to be out there in warm-ups and just look around and go, whoa, these smokes! I'm standing here right now. It was kind of it was surreal to just be back in on the field, and so for us to score there, it was kind of one of those deals. You know, you weren't playing with a lot of pressure by any means. The expectations were low. I certainly didn't have them. They weren't low for myself, but I was like, yeah, I mean, what, did anybody really think going to Seattle and winning? No. So, you know, let's go cut it loose. And well, if you throw 3 picks, people are going to say, yeah, I told you so. You know, I mean, so it was one of those deals. I played free. I played conservative in the sense just because I wanted to play within myself and say, hey, let's not get carried away. I can't just throw it all over the place like I could. I've come off 4 days of practice in the last 5 years. But so the human element when we score was just, yeah, as you saw it, you spaz out every now and then. You go back to that 10-year-old boy, which I kind of played that way my whole career. But just excitement, obviously. Yeah, and you mentioned my younger kids were obviously back home. My brother and my oldest son flew out for the game, and son-in-law and the D coordinator at the high school, they flew out for the game. And so they were there and going crazy. But back home, I mean, yeah, they were excited. My 7-year-old girl, my 10-year-old daughter, they don't really remember Dad playing. They've seen the clips, but, you know, so to actually be like, wow, Dad's out there playing. And my older girls were kind of like, you know, the emoji with the brain, you know, kind of going crazy, you know, your brain's kind of crushing. They're kind of like, we don't really know what's going on. Like, this is a little bit for us going, wow. They were going back to their childhood, you know, like, what is happening? This is what you did when we were 12. Now I have your grandson. You know, I've had a son already. So anyway, lots of emotions.
Is it like the Heward House where you show them film every Friday night to remind them what you once were?
Whoa.
Brock showing the UW film and back at Puyallup High School. Hey, so Phillip Rivers with us. You were one of the rare quarterbacks to have some success against the Legion of Boom. You beat them in 2014. For whatever reason, you see, again, I think in 2018, if I remember correctly, when they were still pretty darn good, you had some success against a really, really good defense. What was the difference playing that defense versus the Mike McDonald defense? How were they similar or different?
Salk. Good question.
Well, yeah, I think similar in this way. They're very sure of who they are, and they're very on task. You know, with their assignments and how to play what they play. And those that you know, you mentioned the 14 and 18 team and the team won the Super Bowl that by a large margin in years past to beat the Broncos that year. They didn't do a whole lot. They didn't do a lot, but they did it very well, and they almost knew their defense so well that they could just play what they're seeing and play the tendencies of the offense. And I feel like that's the similarity. It's a different scheme, kind of comes from out of a different look. But they know what they're doing so well, and they're playing in such sync together that it allows them to play with that speed, and obviously that they have that from a talent standpoint, but play with the speed from what they're seeing. You know, we kind of call that accelerated vision. You know, they have that accelerated vision of what's coming. They almost feel a step ahead of you. So I would say that would be something that's similar. And then the speed, I mean, which every team's fast, but these guys can run now. I mean, I mentioned 3. I like calling them by their jersey number. I know they all have last names, but the three's unbelievable. And the guy that stood out in our game, and I'm not just saying this because he's an NC State guy, but Drake Thomas in our game to me was like, golly, he's everywhere. You know, he's everywhere. And it's like, you know, and the list goes on with just how cohesive those guys play together. But it was a heck of a game. It was a heck of a game and a heck of a challenge. And, you know, obviously there's no consolation prize, and there's no, you know, trying to put a feather in my cap. But I will say with you guys, as candid as I can, it didn't feel all bad to see the Seahawks win the Super Bowl and go, golly, we had them on the ropes. You know, we had them on the ropes. It didn't feel terrible to at least be able to say that we had the lead with 42 seconds.
That's because Drake May's a Tar Heel guy. Those things you never forget those. They weren't even competitive. It took a Jason Myers last second to beat me. No, I get it. Hey, last football thing, and one of my last questions for you. And Phillip Rivers here, super kind to take a bunch of time with us. There's a baseball guy called Pitching Ninja, Phillip. And what this guy does is he kind of superimposes these elite pitchers and how when the ball comes out of their hand and even halfway to the plate, it looks exactly the same, right? Paul Skeen's fastball to slider, and when you got to make that decision, that accelerated vision you talk about. We hear about the Seahawks and just how hard their disguise is, their speed with which they play, and then just how hard Kirk Cousins went into great detail about it as well. How it's like, man, I don't even know. Like, I'm supposed to look for safety's rotation, but they show this, and then they do this, and they run across like it's man, and then they bust that tendency. Like, how difficult was it with their speed and with their disguise to play the position you played for nearly 2 decades?
Well, that's a great question, and I think the one thing people say, how different is it? People say the game's changed. How much has it changed since you were out in 2020? And so, I in some ways, I go, I didn't feel a whole lot of change. You know, I mean, shoot, it's the same. There's 11 guys out there. How many coverages can you play? But here's where I thought a Seahawks defense, a handful of these teams have really improved. The Jaguars, I thought, were this way as well. Is, you know, when there's one guy disguising or there's a guy that's like, oh, he's jacking with you and all that, but the other guys aren't in sync, it's kind of like, hey, man, I know you're not coming because this dude over here already told me what the coverage was. You know what I mean? And so, but this Seahawks defense, the Jaguars, and I say the Jaguars, again, they were really good, but because I played them, I got to see them up close, you know, in that week 17 game. But they were in sync and doing it together, and it's like, man, these guys are on it. Like, yeah, it did look like man, and everybody made it look like man, not just two guys. You know, or these guys, well, I thought it wasn't just Witherspoon giving the disguise. They were all giving it. So
can you tell me, hold on, I don't mean to cut you off, but can you explain to somebody like me who's never played the game at any sort of a high level what that means and, like, how you, like, can you give me an example of looking at 2 or 3 different players and seeing them do different things?
Yeah, well, I just picture a nickel over a number 2 receiver, right, over the slot receiver out there, and he's kind of doing his, like, starting to creep, like he's gonna blitz, you know. And he's jacking with you, but yet the backside safety is already so, hunkered in, and it looks and it's stone cold cover 2 over there, right? Or the will linebacker is in the B gap when he should have been in the A gap. You know, it's kind of like, hey, well, he's just jacking with me. You know, I know he's jacking with me, but when it's kind of like, well, he's jacking with me, and that safety's starting to creep to the middle, and the backer's just like, man, maybe it is real. You know, maybe it is real. So it's those kind of things. And then, like the Seahawks, you mentioned Kirk Cousins talking about man and zone. They did a great job of playing kind of what we call the no-show man. You know, not the corners travel or the linebackers go with the running back. And so we had a few things we did in that game. One particular third down that we ended up hitting the bullet route to the tailback. Is we had a motion and formation in the boundary and all these things trying to get the tail of it being man. And I mean, nobody moved. Nobody moved. We motioned, we did this, we did that, and they were all just kind of standing there staring at me, kind of like, well, we're not telling you anything. Well, so something told me it was man. You know, it was that feeling. It's that feeling and look, and I don't know, something about their demeanor told me it was man. So we left the man play on, and it was man, and we hit the pass to the tailback for, you know, first down. And I remember coming off the sideline, and this isn't me saying, oh, look what I did, but coming off the sideline and them asking me, and really the next morning, hey, how the heck did you know it was man? I was like, just felt it. You just feel it. And I was wrong. There was times in those three games I played, I was certainly wrong in that feeling. But that's what they cause you to do. It's like, okay, here's your systematic way of knowing man or zone. And it's kind of like, well, none of those worked. So what do you do? Well, you go with what you feel, you know. And it's like, and so there's that element of.
Could you have done that as a young player?
Yes, but not as well. That's where I was going to say. That's where 250 games comes in as opposed to 15 games. You know, it would have just said, well, nobody ran with an emotion. It must be zone. You know what I mean? It's that simple when you're a second-year quarterback as opposed to, 44 years old. You see it a little different, and you have those feelings. You know, there was another time where they didn't pressure. They did pressure, but it was like, but I heard Drake and Ernest. I couldn't hear them audibly, but you see them communicating like, hey, we got to go. You know, I see Ernest tell Drake, we got to go. And it was like, oh, must mean this nickel's coming. Yep, he is. You know what I mean? It's stuff like that.
Well, so that's why I was asking. Because I was thinking of someone like Sam.
Drake May in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Well, no, I was actually thinking of someone like Sam Darnold, or before him, Geno Smith, or this whole new conversation that we're having about these quote unquote reclamation project quarterbacks, and how they're just no substitute for experience. And maybe it's not that big a surprise that these guys are finding their way back to it, given that they were always talented first, or in some case second round picks, who weren't in the right spot or didn't get it early and then eventually figured it out later in their career.
Yeah, no, I do. I think there's something about experience, though. You mentioned Geno, and I got to be a teammate with Geno, as he after the Jets, and then he came to us in L.A., and then obviously has gone to do a lot of good things, and now he's right back with the Jets, and really has had a nice career after what, is tough. You mentioned Sam Darnold being through it. Daniel Jones is in Indy. Baker Mayfield. Some of these guys, the path they've been on, everybody has their own journey, and it's really those guys that have been through and been hardened. They've been hardened. It's kind of like, what can phase them now? What can phase those guys now? A bad game or somebody saying they're not very good? Like, that ain't gonna bother those guys. They've already been through it all. So it's kind of cool seeing those guys kind of go through those hardships and kind of come out on the other side of it. But there's the game within the game, and you think about, obviously I'm biased to the guys that I was in there with Aaron Rodgers still going, but Drew and Peyton and Tom and Eli and Ben and Stafford's still rolling, and I'm not making comparisons to those guys. I'm just saying it's the game within the game that the book doesn't tell you. And it's like, well, how did you know? Well, how did you feel that? Why did you do that? Why did you signal that? It's like, he's been playing like this all day. There's all those little things that, like you said, there's no substitute for experience, and then it's that confidence that comes with that experience and that understanding what all these little nuances and these little conversations that DBs and D linemen may have, or why does he put his other hand down? He never puts his other hand down. He must be dropping. All those things that come with time and then come with being just absolutely love the preparation part of it, and I think that's a big thing that would be a question for me for a young quarterback. Do you love preparing during the week, or is it just like, yeah, I'll watch a little tape? Because if you don't love preparing, I don't know how you can do it for a long time. You can have some spotty success, but to do it for a long time, you got to love the preparation part. If you're going to do it at a high level, you got to love the preparation part of it.
Phillip, this was beyond even my expectations.
Yeah, you want to hear some of the text response
so
here?
Fun.
There's some pretty good text response.
Sure.
Can we please get Phillip on again sometime next year? I could listen to him all day long.
Too busy. He's coaching.
Great interview with Phillip Rivers. He just seems like a good dude. Wow, what a great interview. What a likable, down-to-earth, transparent guy. Dadgummit, he's good on the radio. Man, Phillip Rivers is completely destroying my perception of him. I always thought he was this or that, somebody I didn't like, but he's a pretty cool guy. I love this interview. So, wow, how about all of that? Thank you, Phillip. This is really great. Much appreciated.
A whole bunch of time. Thank you. And I will be rooting on your boy, Gunner, your oldest son, who you said was out at that game. And my son got a chance to hang out for a couple hours in the truck ride. So thank you for that. And we'll be rooting big time for him as he goes on to NC State. After he'll be a senior this year, right, Phillip?
Yeah, be a senior. Yeah, same for Titus. Yeah, he's got 2 more to go, right? So, yeah, he'll be a senior. It'll be fun. It's been a blast coaching them. They all grew up too fast, as you know, bro. They all grew up too fast, enjoying the heck out of that. And I appreciate you asking me to come on. I enjoyed it. Enjoyed talking with you guys.
It was a lot of fun. There you go. There's Phillip Rivers, Brock, who may be the first guest in the history of the show to say, as you know, Brock, but not refer to something in the NFL or in football. This was just about kids. This wasn't even about the NFL.
Your mind was spinning a bunch of different ways. I could say
it was. Yeah, there were a couple things that
it was awesome.
Yeah, there were a couple
just from
things.
a football standpoint too, and just the little game within the game.
Yeah, there was a bunch in there.
You want to do that next?
I think I pretty much have to. Yeah, I don't know that we have a choice. It's next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
Who do you want to see week 1 for the Seahawks?
We think it's going to be the Bears,
Yes.
right? I want to see the Cowboys, though.
The Cowboys?
I want to see the Cowboys because I want all the hype and the smoke that comes with playing the Cowboys week 1. Coming into the season, everyone's going to be excited about the Cowboys. This offense is going to be great. Defensively, they've gotten better. I want all the hype and all the smoke.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Thank you to the 360 who says it's a real privilege to have Salk as a part of this team. His connections are endless. His ability to get high-profile guests like Phillip Rivers is so awesome. Awesome interview. Great job, Mike. Appreciate you. Thanks, 360. Yeah, that's no, it's not really how this one went down. There really was a lot of great text feedback, other than the one person who asked why we were being disrespectful to Phillip Rivers.
That was a weight question. I get it.
Oh, that's you.
That's on me. I apologize.
It's like, man, I was telling him how great he was when he beat the Seahawks and all that. So, Brock, bunch of things in there. I'm with what Kyle Brown just came in to tell us because I feel exactly the same way. My biggest takeaway of all of it, man, Nick Eamon-Warry must be really good. Like, we just hear it from everybody. And if we really are able to get some of the other names that you've thrown out there as, people who've played the Seahawks last year that maybe we can have an opportunity to talk to, I wonder how many of them will mention number 3, because it sounds like he really is, as we've heard over and over again, one of the real keys to making this whole thing work, just like Kyle Hamilton was for him in Baltimore.
Yeah, and even more than Kyle, he's faster.
Yeah.
Now, I think Kyle maybe came into it through the Notre Dame and some of the different scheme there and different things that was asked and everything, maybe with a little more headway and versatility than Nick Eamon-Warry did, coming out and playing basically, a shell safety at South Carolina. But I think what you hear there is, man, he's a 1%er. He's a 1%er. Like, in this league of all these amazing athletes and builds and talents and speeds, like, there's just not 6'3", 220 that fast. Like, there's just not. There's a lot of elite corners, right? The Surtains that are in that grouping. There's a lot of top 10 percenters. I'd put kind of Spoon maybe in the top 10 to 20 percenters. Like, that's top 10, 20 percenter. As fast as he is, and pound for pound, maybe a 1%er of physicality. But Nick Eamon-Warry's just who's the
Total
other
package.
Nick? I mean, the only other one is Hamilton.
Yeah.
From a size at 6'3", 220, but he can't run and move and create and cover space the way that Eamon-Warry does.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that absolutely jumps out number one.
How about this text, Brock, before you get there?
Yeah.
Brock and Salk Super Bowl week guests? Crickets. Random Wednesday in the spring? Phillip freaking Rivers. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We always have been a bit mavericky in the way that we handle some of this stuff.
We try.
That's about right.
Yeah, the other element is, and I'm glad your mind went there, Salk, with the Bakers and the Genos and the Sam Darnolds and, kind of some of these quote-unquote reclamation projects. The advantage they had, and maybe it wasn't winning, but I think of carpenters, right? Or any tradesman that, has to spend, or a pilot or a surgeon. Like, I bet the early surgeries for that surgeon probably weren't what they were 7, 8, 10 years in of just time on task. And, for these guys, these reclamations, they're fortunate that there's still a supply chain for them, that there still is such a need for experience. And guys kick around forever in the NFL because they have experience. But then you take that experience with the right fit and the right people around you, and the game starts to slow down.
Yep.
So you can hear, right? That was such a cool example. I mean, I could hear Ernest and Drake. Do you think Drake May could hear anything other than pure chaos in that Super Bowl? That game was so sped up for him. Or if we were to chat with Max Brosmer, which we might, and you were to ask Max Brosmer, could you see the skies? Could you?
Can you imagine if you could really get an honest Max Brosmer, a totally honest Max Brosmer to come on and talk about what it was like to face this defense?
It'd be very different than a guy
literally,
that played
he couldn't give that interview.
Well, that was his first start.
But
in the
what
NFL.
I mean is, like, he's still trying to be in the NFL. He literally
right.
couldn't give that interview because he'd never get to play again. They'd be like, okay, well, obviously you have no confidence left. But like,
no, it'd be like, this is my first start versus 250 starts.
Right. But if he's out of the
and I was an
league-
undrafted free agent versus the third pick in the draft, and I'm not 6'4" and 240 and still throw it. Like, I don't have those tools.
Right.
And then I don't have all the experience to be able to pick up. How did you see that? I wonder, it'd be fun if that clip got back to Mike McDonald or some of those guys adding dirty to hear, how did Phillip know to throw what he's talking about? A bullet route is just the back out of the backfield, right? You create all this space or congestion, and then a bullet route is you just fire that back out, right? So man-to-man can't get to him, and they got to run through traffic. Like, how did you know that? Because there was not one thing that told you that was man-to-man. They hit it, everybody. Not one guy, not two guys, not three guys, all 7 or 8, or maybe even including the edges, 9. They all hit it. They hit it from you. And yet you kind of still found the cheese because, you play 250 games and you got an instinct and a feel that's at times not coachable.
Right.
Not something you could coach on tape or coach on the whiteboard. And that's why also you hear on the flip end of it, Matt Stafford and a McVay make excuses like DeMarcus Lawrence wasn't supposed to do that. No, he wasn't. But you know what DeMarcus had? 10 years of instinct and feel to go, yeah, man, we've hid this from Matt, and there's nothing that's showing this is cover 0, and he's going to try to go to this because of it, and I'm going to not rush because of it, right? It was my instinct on your instinct, and my instinct, thankfully, for the Seahawks won out.
So third then observation, Brock, for me would be this whole idea that the entire defense together needs to sell some of the confusing things that they do.
Yes.
Right. I love your pitching ninja conversation. By the way, I think pitching ninja may end up being on my side on this whole gray area thing. He's not wild about some of the way the challenges have worked with whatever. That's a side note.
Thanks.
It was a great question you asked. I love the way you phrase it of all the tunneling stuff in baseball versus trying to make all the pressures look the same in the NFL. I thought it was pretty interesting that you need to do it with your entire team, not just one guy.
100%.
I've never heard anyone say that before.
I thought that was an awesome point, too. That, again, comes from these guys that have been between the lines, and I never heard the term accelerated vision. But, that's another really cool term that you then have to have. Because if all 11 are doing it and you're not getting any tell, Salk, right? You're not a poker player. You're a good blackjack player. But the dealer doesn't really give you any tells. The cards are the cards. The numbers are the numbers. But you play poker, right? And the elite ones probably have that same, searching out for any kind of tell. Yeah. And with the Seahawks crew, there just weren't any.
Yeah.
And you know what's incredible about that? The Seahawks defense have got to play together in 10 and 11 and in 12 and really build that and put so many reps together with all of those guys. For Drake Thomas to be in like year 1, right? For Nicky Manwari to be in year 1.
It's a good point.
I mean, to do that in a time where you don't have the developmental, right? You don't have all the OT. Well, you do if you're Mike McDonald. You do if every walkthrough matters, if every detail matters.
100%.
100%.
100%. The only thing that he said that I would strongly disagree with, there's only one thing, and I didn't want to get into it with him, but there was one thing Phillip Rivers said that I would disagree with strongly. He was talking about all of those quarterbacks who have been through the wars, and he was saying that it no longer bothers them when one person says they're not good or something like that. He should check that one again on Gino, because that's just blatantly untrue. There could be one random dude somewhere who's like, I don't think Gino's very good. And Gino's like, I'm going to block you and come after your family. Like, sorry, bro, that's not Geno Smith at all.
Last night,
he said only 2 base runners on the night.
The Mariners run up against an ace in top form.
The swing and a miss for strike 3, and strikeout number 5 for Fried.
Today, under the roof at T-Mobile, George Kirby aims for a 2-0 start to the season and a series win over the Yankees. First pitch coming up at 1:10. Pre-game at noon. You only need one app to catch every pitch of every game, all for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Well, I got 3 questions for you, and I'd love for you to answer them as honestly as you can, because Molly and I took this same first Mark Insurance Challenge. Number 1, do you 100% know you got the right insurance coverage to protect your needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every month? And number 3, Should you need insurance, can you pick up the phone and actually talk to a real breathing human being who could help you immediately? Well, as I said, when Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, we didn't answer those questions very well. And boy, am I glad we took the challenge, because they have saved us thousands every year and give us a peace of mind through our insurance we just didn't have. And you could take the First Mark Challenge and become the next First Mark victory. They work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price and give you real person customer support. They've helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage this world of insurance, and they can do the same for your local business as well. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the challenge today. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com. They win for you.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Have you covered with every play with their lineup of Tundras, Tacomas, and the all-electric BZ lineup. Versatile, powerful, and innovative. All built to elevate your drive. Take a test drive at either location and head home or to the ballpark in that Toyota the same day. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially underway, and Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
And he throws it and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball, try to end up.
Don't miss out on marquee matchups at T-Mobile Park. Catch Cal Raleigh versus Aaron Judge as the Mariners and Yankees series wraps up this afternoon at 1:10. Then be here for the next homestand as the Mariners return for an AL West showdown against the Astros, April 10th through 13th. Get your tickets at mariners.com. Visit America's Car Museum now, where history roars to life. If you loved Ford versus Ferrari, see Shelby Cobras and GT40s in the birth of the American supercar. Cruise-ins, drive-ins, race simulators, fun for all ages. Plan today at americascarmuseum.org.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem.
Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Hopefully just a game to forget last night for the Mariners. Didn't play particularly well, didn't pitch particularly well, didn't hit really at all, threw the ball around a little bit. It just was kind of a forgettable night. Max Fried dominated. He was just really, really, really good on the other side. Some of the Yankee bats did what they do.
Logan twists around and looks at first, straightens up, ready, deals. Swung on, smoked into left field. That's a hit. Bellinger walks home. Rice around second base, glides into third. Arozarena gets it in. Stanton into second, an RBI double. The Yankees extend. It's 4-0.
Yeah, they didn't miss many mistakes.
No. God,
When it was
Stanton's
up,
swing, man, he swings so hard.
Yes, he does.
He really. As much as I hate the Yankees, I admit I do like watching Giancarlo Stanton play. He used to be Mike Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton.
Mm-hmm.
I do like watching him play. He can barely walk, but when he hits, man, he swings as hard as he possibly can.
Yep.
That part's kind of fun.
We all know that guy on the golf course.
Yeah.
We all know that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Bruce Feldman's his name. Never seen someone swing a golf club harder than Bruce Feldman of all people. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Your club is like 200 miles an hour. You're never going to get the club face to the ball.
Does he?
Very rarely.
Sprays that thing all over the place. Well, rubber match today, our first getaway day matinee of the year here, Brock. George Kirby, Cam Schlittler. The rubber match will be at 1 o'clock. And, of course, you can listen right here on Seattle Sports or the Seattle Sports app. JP Crawford started his rehab assignment in Tacoma. He was no more successful than anyone else on the team last night. He went 0 for 4 with a walk and a strikeout. Should be back in there today. He played short while Colt Emerson played third. More on that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Emerson, man, this contract, the more I look at it, the better I feel like it is for the Mariners, right? And Daniel Kramer had all these details yesterday. $1 million this year, $2 million next year, $9 million in 2028. So those are the years where he would normally make essentially $1 million a year, let's just say, for the sake of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he's going to make 12, but he also gets an $8 million signing bonus. So you're talking about $20 million instead of, let's call it 3. It probably would have been less than
the first 3 years.
In the first 3 years of the deal. So that's a huge win for him.
How about the next 3 years?
The next 3 years of the deal, let's say the next 4 years of the deal, he's going to make an average of 15 a year.
So $60 million in that 4 years.
5 years even, I'm sorry. Next 5 years. He's going to make 15
but let's just call
a
it
year.
because those would be 3 arbitration years. So in those 3 years, he's going to make 3 years. He's going to make
let's call it an average of 45.
Yeah. Which he probably
similar.
Similar. Maybe a little more in arbitration if he was awesome,
Maybe, but not the first couple of years. That feels like about what he'd make in arbitration.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's still only 15 a year and then a club option for 25 in 2034.
That's where the real value.
That's where the Mariners start to really capitalize because a guy, if he is who he's supposed to be, a top shortstop would make 40, 50, $60 million at that point. And he's going to be making 15 to 25 in that last year. So just huge value from a Mariners perspective. And because of the way they structured it, Brock, it really does not affect them in terms of the ability to sign other people. In fact, Jerry was asked about that yesterday.
Oh, not at all. First of all, the distribution of the salaries, again, is we loaded more money in the front end of this contract than would be normal for this type of deal. Usually they're a little bit more backloaded. And while this one does increase as time goes along, it's more subtle than others of its kind. And that was intentional. We're trying to make sure that we can continue to manage these types of agreements with our players as we move forward. I can't, you've all heard me talk about this ad nauseum. This is part of our roster building plan. We draft them, we develop them, we want to keep them with the Mariners, and that goes for everyone down there. If there is mutual interest and we can find something that works for both sides, we are happy to continue to engage our players and use this as part of our long-term roster building plan.
Draft, develop, and keep. Sometimes trade.
Yeah, sometimes just retain.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I don't want to talk about the crack. See, that's how badly I don't want to talk about the Kraken again, because I couldn't even get it out of my mouth.
What?
They were awful again yesterday. Just sad, man. They're not out yet, but man, they are blowing this opportunity. It's right there in front of them. Just a bunch of lousy games, and it was an ugly one in Edmonton. They also got shut out, lose 3-0 last night. They've got Utah tomorrow. All right, that's everything you need to know. We're going to go around the NFL, sort of like a makeshift around the NFL in a few minutes, because I've more put together a whole bunch of sound that I like, and I want to make sure we go through it. Daniel Jeremiah is going to join us tomorrow at 8:30. Generally, that will be on Wednesdays, but had to move some things
Fernando
around for his schedule.
Mendoza's pro day today.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Would be my guess.
Oh, nice. So maybe we'll get a chance to talk to DJ about that as well. But those will start. We got 6 of those, 4 leading up to the draft and 2 after the draft with Daniel. What?
What, Michael? What?
The ABS thing. I'm coming back to the ABS gray area thing for 2 reasons. 1, because of what Pitching Ninja posted last night, and 2, because I think what I'm saying is being misinterpreted.
Okay.
Did you see his post, his video that he put together last night about the strike zone?
No, I did not.
So they were looking at the play where Aaron Boone got mad because it was 0.1 inches away from being a strike at the bottom of the zone. Okay. And that was the one where you heard Boone got all upset afterwards. And Pitching Ninja, I sent this to you. If you have a minute, go watch it. He's essentially pointing out that is a strike, depending on which strike zone you're looking at. If you're looking at a 3D portion of the zone, that pitch clipped the zone. But if you're only taking it at one window pane in that 3-dimensional cube, then it wasn't a strike.
Yeah.
Okay, so was it a strike or not? We just gave the definitive ABS, this is not a strike. Except there's another version of the world in which it was a strike. And oh, by the way, this is all coming off of the measurement of the guy's height, which, changes according to how he decides to stand in the batter's box. So all of that shows me that it is not as exact as anyone is saying that it is. It's not. It's not exact.
Okay, so I guess you're going to answer my question with that. But like in tennis, you don't have a gray area. There's a line.
Right, because there's an actual line.
Hockey
tennis
goal
is pretty easy.
Soccer goal.
Those have lines. Football has lines. There's a line on the field. There is no line. This is a made up line. This is more similar to, did the ball cross the goal line, when you're holding it up here? Well, we don't know exactly. We think we know, but there is no one. It's not looking at your foot and saying, well, it's on the line or it's not. Looking at the base, it's touching the base or it's not. This is not as exact. We are formulating an idea of where that is, which is fine, and I'm good with it. And we should absolutely make sure that the bad calls are overturned. But I honestly believe that it would not be a problem to have a gray area around the strike zone that says, hey, in this area, the call stands. Nobody can be reasonably expected to overturn that. And no, I don't mean it goes on the outside of the box that is already there. That's a lot of the feedback I've seen from people. Like, well, then it would just be wider and taller. No, it would be halfway so that the middle of my gray area would be the current line. Does that make sense?
No, you sound like a Rubik's Cube. You sound like Sean McVay.
Does it seriously not make sense?
No, it does.
The middle of the gray area would be the current line that we're using for the ABS. So there would be a little bit that would still be a strike, a little bit that would still be a ball. I don't know what the right number is. Maybe it's half an inch. Maybe it's an inch. I don't know what the right number is. Somebody could figure that out who's smarter than me. But I just think that along those lines, yeah, maybe it's a strike. Maybe it's a ball. It was close enough. Let the umpire be right. And then when the umpire gets them truly wrong, like CB did the other day, or like Mike Esterbrook did the other night, then overturn it and be like, yeah, that was a terrible call. It was an inch and a half outside. You're wrong. It was an inch and a half in the strike zone. You're wrong. As opposed to, well, if you look at it from here, it's a strike, but from
the
here,
good thing
it's a
is they're going to have
ball.
about 1 million pieces of data after this season to reinforce some of that.
Yeah.
right? You're going to get to see every one of these shows how far outside the line it is. And if they do find that, you know what, maybe 10% of these or whatever, like there could be that gray area. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I don't shoot it down like at Blaze of Glory as Passan did with you yesterday, but I do think this is a first step to getting things right more often than not.
Yeah.
And
Which
certainly
I like,
eliminating
and I
the
really
egregious.
am in favor of that. I think that this is a good idea. I'm just looking for a tweak. We got trash takes coming up in 20. No, you can't put my gray area take into trash takes, but we'll play some funny sound before that next on Brock and Salk.
Last night,
He said only 2 base runners on the night.
the Mariners run up against an ace in top form.
The swing and a miss for strike 3, and strikeout number 5 for Fried.
Today, under the roof at T-Mobile, George Kirby aims for a 2-0 start to the season and a series win over the Yankees. First pitch coming up at 1:10. Pre-game at noon. You only need one app to catch every pitch of every game, all for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You ready to celebrate Mom? Yes, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway is coming up, and you could win one of 100 designer handbags filled with prizes on Saturday, May 9th, Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget to book a stay for that night as well. The new hotel is gorgeous. Mom's going to love it. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with utmost in relaxation. Head to snocasino.com for more and to book. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
Mariners, Yankees, today at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I haven't heard any of the trash takes yet, but I heard you guys kind of giggling about them, and so I'm assuming they're pretty good. I'm looking forward to judging here in about 10 minutes or so.
You need to have an open mind with mine, and you need to be informed.
Okay.
I can't have you be closed off. I didn't see it. I don't need the Salk's world where it's like if it didn't happen to me, it didn't happen.
Why not?
There's no traffic on the. I don't ever have traffic.
I do now. I do now.
Yes.
Revive I-5, go away. I hate you, Revive I-5.
now?
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate Revive I-5 so much. I hate it. It took me so freaking long to get home yesterday. My God, how does anybody deal with this on a regular basis? My entire life after living in LA has been built around making sure traffic is not a big part of it. And now this stupid Revive I-5 has ruined my plans. I swear to God, I might move. I swear to you, I might move. It is so exasperating dealing with the Revive I-5. Anyway, before we get to trash takes, we got like 4 or 5 kind of interesting NFL pieces of sound that I wanted to react to, Brock. So let's start here with Roger Goodell talking about potential replacement referees.
We obviously have obligations to our fans, to everybody in the National Football League to play, and we will be prepared to play. And so we are taking the appropriate steps to be ready, but we're also keenly focused on negotiations. So we'd like to get a negotiated deal, and we certainly are focused on that.
You know who has a hard hill to climb? The NFL Referees Association. Because not only is Roger Goodell have an enormous voice, but all the folks that work in and around the NFL, the Shefties and all those that break stories and Pelisaros, and it's, they're journalists still, but, they're going to have a hard time, stating their case on the other side, because it's going to get mollywopped by all the attention that, when Roger opens his mouth, or they're like, well, we offered a 6% increase. Like,
Right.
what do you want? And it's going to be hard for them to gain, I think, a whole bunch of sympathy.
Here's another just potential thought. Maybe this will be unpopular. Maybe this will be wrong. This might end up being a hot take, but it's possible that if they go to replacement refs, it won't be as bad as the last time. I don't know if you saw the news yesterday that they've made it easier for New York to kind of jump in on obvious mistakes.
Yep.
And some of that is to prevent the DK Metcalf thing where there was no penalty called on the play where he got suspended and that type of stuff. And you know what? Might have affected the Seahawks. Was it in the Super Bowl, right, where they had that dumb thing on the sideline?
Joe punched.
Yeah, and that didn't get called. So, I mean, they're going to make it a little easier for New York to jump in and make
there's
some
a little
of those
more
changes.
supply with the XFL and the UFL and all the,
But don't you think it would help those NFL refs then? It would have helped those replacement refs then if they'd had somebody in their ear being like, hey, here's what you need to do.
Yes.
I mean, so that may end up making it a little bit easier than it was a couple of years ago. So maybe that ends up as a hot take. Maybe the replacement refs come in and you can send this to Old Takes Exposed. But it did dawn on me that it's possible anyway, or at least that the NFL may feel it's possible that it doesn't go nearly as poorly as it did the last time. I'm surprised this isn't in Trash Takes. Here's Aaron Glenn, the head coach of the Jets.
Something about a quarterback.
He's talking about his new quarterback, Geno Smith.
Something about a quarterback, and I'm going to say a quarterback with a chip on his shoulder. And listen, he's proven a lot in this league of what he's done, especially when you take those times when he was in Seattle. Listen, he fits exactly what we're trying to do. So obviously we've created an identity. The foundation of our offense is pretty good now. Like, I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. He's the guy that's going to touch the ball more than anybody else on offense. And listen, I know he had his struggles, and I think a lot of quarterbacks, they have their struggles. If you look at over the last 5 years, the guy that's thrown the most interception. I mean, the top guys are up there.
Geno Smith is going to lead us to the promised land.
That's a hard list.
That's a tough one, Aaron. And I always liked Aaron Glenn. But Geno Smith is the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. Look, I know you got to say nice things about your quarterback, but no, he's not.
He's the guy that's going to keep your job. I mean, Aaron almost got fired. It was almost a one and done, right?
That
I mean,
is
it was
a tough bet to make.
Such a disaster a year ago in New York, as it is for many of those New York.
That would be
coaches.
a very, very, very tough bet for me to make. Geno Smith.
So would
is
you
the
like
guy.
your livelihood tied to
No,
Geno?
I would not. I would not at all.
You said in full, transparency, just being honest, how hard a time you would have if you're JP Crawford. Imagine how hard a time you would have if your livelihood was tied to.
It'd be really hard. It'd be really hard for me. I just don't trust him. I would not trust him on the field. I wouldn't trust him in the locker room. I couldn't do it. I'm really glad my livelihood is not tied to Geno Smith's. That would be challenging for me. It really would. Here's Mike Garafolo, Brock. Is there still a possibility that Max Crosby could still get traded?
Given everything that happened and the fact that the physicians who consulted on this one are physicians from other teams. So other teams are sort of in agreement with where Baltimore eventually got on this one. So that's going to be an issue for the Raiders to turn around and try to negotiate with some of these other, including the Cowboys. I mean, Dan Cooper is one of the physicians, the Cowboys team physician, who was in on the final decision there. So it's sort of a dead end, not only with the Ravens, but with a number of other teams. And everything that I've been told is that everything is pushing toward Max Crosby back to being a Raider, going out there, being motivated. I don't think anyone, including the Ravens, is questioning the fact that he'll play football this year and play football at a high level. The question was, how long would that knee be able to hold up?
So I'm sorry, maybe I missed some of this.
Yeah,
are we now? Is the news coming out now kind of justifying what the Ravens did? Because I know everyone's, got them dead and buried and said that they were horrible and they should never have done that. And it was all, garbage.
Bad business. Yeah, kind of bad business.
But if I hear Mike Garafolo right, it sounds like all the other doctors eventually got to the same place a little later.
How do all the other doctors get a chance to evaluate that?
I don't know.
How does Max Crosby's team and his agent, everybody allow other people to see that?
I don't know, other than maybe Baltimore was looking for a way to make themselves look better. And like, hey, and maybe there's some standard practice there of allowing some neutral folks to take a look at things like that.
That's
I don't know.
Really the way
it does seem weird.
It works.
I know.
There's usually so much paranoia about that stuff.
Yeah, that surprised me. But
yeah.
Okay. So that's part one of that story. Maybe the Ravens weren't so bad after all. Part two is, okay, so is Max Crosby still out there and available?
And then if it is damaged goods, do you really want to pay him $30 million and all the money you're on the hook for down the road?
Maybe.
Or do you just wait for the Raiders to have to, unfortunately, that's why that smells a little, I don't know, that just doesn't smell quite right to me.
Okay.
The Max Crosby and his whole team would allow images of his knee to go out to all these other doctors all over. You do that at the combine. There's that shared information at the combine. But now, at this stage of it, that just doesn't smell right to me.
Mm-hmm.
Play the old Schefter here.
You want the last one? Yeah, this is pretty rich. So
I got more to this.
Adam Schefter says Deshaun Watson could be back at quarterback for the Browns.
I think that's been one of the least talked about, biggest stories going into the season. Mm-hmm. The fact that Deshaun Watson could wind up being the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. I think that's absolutely on the table. I think that it feels like it's moving towards that right now. Now, Todd Monken comes in and Who knows exactly what he's going to do, but they're going to take a look at everybody. Todd Monken said at breakfast this morning that he hasn't decided, at least publicly, how the quarterback rotation will work out in OTAs. He's going to lean on people who've had experience there. Shador's had some experience. Dylan Gabriel not being there, like that. There's a message there. The fact that he's not there, I think.
Yeah, that's also from Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, also had made mention of that Sean's got a great chance to be our starter. Hasn't started since October, November of 2024, let alone all the other stuff you're dealing with that guy. But do you want to know, like, the most Brownsy of Brownsy things, even more than that comment? Salk, you were not as enamored with the coach's pick as I was, as Kyle Brown was, as many others, Big Cat was. Do you know who was also not in the team picture? There were 2 NFL head coaches not in the team picture. Number 1 was Sean McVay. We talked about that. Don't know what he was doing. He had other stuff going on.
Whining.
The other
Sean
one to miss.
Bay.
Yeah, McVay Bay. The other one to miss was Todd Monken, coach of the Browns. Do you know why he missed? This is not April Fool's. Do you know why he missed?
No, I saw this earlier.
Do you know why he missed the photo? Because he wanted to go get his hair cut and make sure he looked good for the coach's photo.
Oh, geez. And then he missed it because of it?
Turns out he came back from the haircut and asked one of the coaches what time the picture was, and they said it was 30 minutes ago.
Oh, my gosh. That can't be real.
That's 100%.
I grew up in Cleveland, bro.
Yeah, it's not a good scene there, man. It's not a good place to be a Cleveland Browns fan. It's a flex.
I grew up in Cleveland, bro.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I know. Yeah, it's quite the flex. All right. A lot of texts about Revive I-5. I know it's necessary. I'm not complaining about the fact that they had to do. I know you got to fix bridges, but it's annoying to me. That's all. I get it. I'm finally, for a moment, dealing with traffic, which I've tried to set up my life to not deal with. I really.
Maura, weren't those years fun, Maura? When we'd be like, no, it's pretty. I don't. What do you mean? I don't have
well, compared to a lot of other big cities, Seattle doesn't have a lot of traffic. Like, people are very whiny here. But at the same time, right now, they're doing a giant construction project in the only, main artery of the city. So, yeah, it's created a little bit of gridlock at the moment.
Yeah. Good amount of traffic, depending on where you live. Like,
But
if you
yeah,
have to
the
go to
folks-
Tacoma every day.
Yeah, the folks that have to deal with 167 and 405 the last decade say, hey, hold my beer, Salky. Hold my beer on this one.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
it's-
all. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't do that. You should not try to get from Seattle to Tacoma every day and back. That's just a terrible idea. You've set your life up
People
wrong.
can't afford to live in this city.
They should live somewhere with less traffic. I understand.
But it exists, is what we're saying.
Yes. And now that it finally
my
hits you,
gosh.
Not really.
I'm glad
Not really.
that it finally is out.
It's really not that bad here. It's really not that bad, except for right now. Right now, it's actually very bad.
Because it's impacting you.
Yes, it's awful, Maura. It is impacting me, and I don't like it. Let's see.
Where's your
There's
trash hat. Get your trash hat.
Do you
out.
want any of the people?
what else you
Oh, everyone's mad about the ABS thing. Not everyone. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Salk talking about the ABS. Salk, what you're saying is that it would just be wider. No, I'm not. I'm literally not saying that. I'm saying it's the same. It's just got a gray area inside and outside. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Somebody else here, I kind of lost it, but one of the other texts said the whole point of ABS was to remove the gray area. No, it wasn't. I don't think it was. I don't think the point of ABS
You think
was
the whole point was to eliminate the egregious?
Yes. And if it wasn't, it should have been. Eliminate the egregious. Eliminate bad calls. Ones that are in the gray area aren't bad calls. They're gray area calls, and the call should stand and give the umpire the credit he deserves for coming up with a call in that area. Who cares? But if it's a 2 inches outside, then yeah, let's absolutely overturn an egregious bad call so that bad calls aren't ruining the game. Because those calls...
We're not going to have to hear this take for
you
157
might. You
more
might.
games, are we?
The bad
please?
calls, Brock, when you take away the box on the screen, still look like bad calls. The egregious ones. The ones that we're talking about here that I think would be in a gray area, you would have no idea if you were watching at home if it wasn't for that stupid box.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I'm trying to eliminate. That's all. Nobody's going to listen to me. It's fine. Instead, we'll do trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Who won last week? Lyle?
I think Lyle's won back-to-back.
Shannon and I think, agreed.
Yeah, it was Lyle.
Yeah, nice job, Lyle.
Where do you want to go, Lyle? First, second, third?
I'll go second.
All right, Maura, you're up.
Okay. This one's hard because it always feels like if you're using Stephen A. or Skip Bayless, you're kind of cheating.
Yeah.
But the Knicks have been struggling lately. Stephen A. let Josh Hart have it, and I guess Hart told him to shut the hell up on.
Wait, who's Josh Hart?
He plays. It's fine. He plays for the Knicks.
Okay.
He told Stephen A. to shut up on
Is he good?
social media.
Yeah,
he is good.
Sorry.
Yes.
And this was Stephen A.'s response. He thinks maybe they're struggling because they're not listening to him.
Message to Josh Hart. Do I need to shut the hell up now? Does it make sense what I was saying now? I mean, are you getting it now? You haven't won a game since you clapped back at me. You're on the losing streak since he talks back about me. Maybe if y'all prioritize what the hell I was saying and pay attention to the substance and the veracity of my comments instead of protecting your boys, you'd be winning games when you go up against teams that's better than 500 with their record. Do I make sense now?
Wow.
You haven't once clap back at me.
Talk about putting yourself in the story.
He also did a segment last week where he talked about Derek White unfollowing him on social media.
Who's Derek White?
Oh my gosh.
Stop.
Celtic, oh my God.
What? I don't watch the league. How the hell would I know who those people are? Are they LeBron? I know who Jason Tatum is. I don't know who Josh Hart. I literally have never heard that name before. All right.
Pretty good player.
He's really good.
He's really good?
He's very good.
How come I never heard of him?
You don't watch the league?
No. If he was really good, I think I'd have heard of him.
I don't know.
You thought we made SGA up recently.
That's true. That was
Shut
last
up.
year. You did make that up. I still think you did. All right, Lyle, what do you got?
It is amazing, by the way, that it feels like his whole shtick has become just people attacking him and him responding.
Yeah.
Like the last couple of years, it's been a lot like
Yeah.
that. You know, I could have gone with another Craig Carton take this week.
Oh,
I
those are
didn't.
good usually.
I mean, he literally came out and said he hoped Colt Emerson sucks after getting his extension.
I'm surprised he bothered to say anything about Colt Emerson.
He did.
Why would he say that?
I don't know. Because it's Craig Carton. What do you expect? I didn't go with that, though. I went with... I usually really like PTI. I've liked it for a long time, but I can't get behind him on this. Here's what they said.
Okay.
Did any part of you feel badly for umpires C.B. Buckner and Chris Siegel for having so many ball strike calls overturned?
Yeah, it just sort of puts you on display. It is intrusive. But I'm not for showing up blue, but I'm not for showing him up. That's embarrassing. You're basically putting that guy, you're having him step out into the camera and be embarrassed.
I am embarrassed for the umpires.
Yeah.
Bro, you're embarrassed for CB Buckner? No, you're not.
Wow.
No. I'm not embarrassed for CB Buckner. It's about time he got put in his place. Now, miss me with that.
That sounds angry.
Oh, Stephen A. Whew. Put yourself in that story, Lyle.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Lyle.
I got two, Salk. I was going to use this one, but
is this
was
why you
more
sent
of-
me this Dan
No,
Hurley thing?
Nope. Yeah, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
The first one was more of a poop take. I don't know if you heard this. You know who Anthony Edwards is? One of the best NBA
I do.
players for the Timberwolves.
He's Ant-Man.
Ant-Man.
See,
missed the
I've heard of the
starting-
good ones. I've just
Good.
never heard of Josh Hart.
Stop it.
You realize he missed the starting tip the other night, and he was asked afterwards why.
Aw.
What happened to you for the first minute of the game?
I was taking a
Oh, dude.
yeah. But yeah, like I said, Mike held it down for me. Yeah.
What?
It's a little more blunt than maybe needed to be. Of
Yeah,
course
it's
you
just-
like that one. You and
Of
Wyman
course.
can go giggle about that.
I love poop takes. I love poop takes.
Dealing
No,
with a
I
3-year-old.
I think I got to deal with Dan Hurley.
Okay.
Dan, I don't know what happened to the Hurley boys. He's gone crazy. Maybe Grandpa is a little bit of a psycho as well. Did you didn't watch the game, Duke UConn? We played the highlight. After the game, I sent you the little clip here. Do you see what he did with the official?
Head to head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Head-to-head. Borderline headbutts, right?
Yeah. No, not borderline headbutt, but he did go head to
Like
head.
severe eye contact
Yeah.
during it, too.
Yeah.
Staring
Not
him
borderline headbutt. That's an exaggeration.
Okay. This was his comment this week when asked about that because it wasn't played in real time. You didn't see this till kind of after the fact. First of all, probably a technical when you make contact
Sure.
with an official.
Should be.
Did not get called for a technical. Obviously, the Duke fans upset about that. This is how he answered what happened. He said, quote, really, at that point in the game, we had it won. And Ayers, the official, is such an easy guy to work with during the game that I thought he was coming over to chest bump me to celebrate the shot.
That can't be real.
That's totally real.
That can't be real. No, I don't believe you. Is there sound?
That's not April Fool's.
Is there sound?
That's a quote.
I don't see sound. I don't hear sound. I don't believe you. Let's see. The person, Brock, who thought we were being disrespectful to Phillip Rivers says the trash take of the day is me saying there's not bad traffic in Seattle. It should be you saying that we were being disrespectful to Phillip Rivers. What's the matter with you? All right.
I asked him about his weight, which can be disrespectful.
Brock, your Dan Hurley one's good, but honestly, you ruin it by bringing up the whole immature poop thing. So I'm sorry. You've been eliminated today once again. Maura, I like the Stephen A one, and thank you for playing it.
I did just find the Dan Hurley sound.
Nah, it's not real.
Yeah, let me hear it. Let me hear it. Thank you, Maura. Of course you did.
And what you told him? What you told him when you was up there like that? Like, what's up? What's happening?
Really, at that point in the game, we had it won. And he's such an easy guy to work with during the game that I thought he was coming over to chest bump me to celebrate the shot.
Stop it. That can't be real. It's so ridiculous. The thing is, that's not a take. That's just so absurd, over the top. It's absurd.
It's a trash.
It's absurd.
take.
It is trash. You're right, but not the winner.
Give me my due.
No.
You hate me.
I don't. I love you.
hate
I
me.
just, to
No,
me,
you
this
just-
one is an easy
I'm gonna
one.
get you
this
a
week.
new trash
This
take
is just
jersey.
an
It's gonna be
easy
you
one
hate
this
me.
week. Maura, thanks for playing. Stephen A was a good one, and he was certainly oddly full of himself, except that's sort of who he is. Lyle, that's an easy win. That is a terrible take from Wilbon. Awful. Absolutely awful. You feel bad for CB Buckner. Why? After years of arrogance, after being as clueless as they get?
He's a humble servant.
No,
trying
he's
to do
not.
His job as a.
I do think that there are some guys in Major League Baseball that I could understand feeling bad for who aren't as arrogant as CB is, but to bring his name into it, I think it's just he's just bad. And to see how mad he was at the fact that Gino was challenging him on a pitch that was nowhere close. Get out of here.
Twice.
Yeah, no, Lyle, that's an easy win. That's a terrible take from Wilbon. Now, somebody said, did it have something to do with them having to take off their mask and be shamed? Was that part of it? Because I'd be okay with them not taking off their mask. I don't think I'm not looking to go after them in particular.
Shame.
Right. We don't need to ring the Game of Thrones shame bell over the time over the air.
They should. I think some stadiums should.
Shame. Shame.
If you're wrong, you get the shame.
The shame? That feels extreme.
I could not sign up for that fast enough.
But if you're
for
right,
literally shaming them.
But if you're right, you got to have something on the other. You have to have one on both
Shame.
sides.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Shame. Shame.
Shame, CB Buckner. Shame. Repent. Repent.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Shame. All right, we got to go. Daniel Jeremiah tomorrow. You're the winner, Lyle. Nice job.
Bring it around.
The Trash Master is very impressed with you.
I'm on kind of a roll.
You are on a roll. Yeah, you're
Time to go
starting to
solo.
figure out the game. Like a
And
veteran quarterback.
Next time you have a friend on the show, you can let us know too.
Oh.
That should have been my trash take. I might have.
It really could have been. Wow, that was absurd. All right, we got to go. Daniel Jeremiah tomorrow morning. Mariner day game today. We'll catch you guys at 6. Until then, the hay.
Go beat them Yankees. Win that series in the bar.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joined by Mariners President of Baseball Operations, Jerry DiPoto.
Obviously, Dan's second full season. How has he grown?
He's about the relationship, and that's never changed. He doesn't have the panic, and his general state of calm, I think, is reassuring to the group in the dugout. And I know that our players really respond to the fact that he cares first about them as people.
Only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. Arc, you have to see it to believe it.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Mariners fans, the 2026 season is officially underway. And Cal, Julio, and the defending AL West champs are ready to feed off your energy at T-Mobile Park. Be here for every monster home run.
There it is, number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Every 100-mile-per-hour heater.
He's frozen and the ball game's over. Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Every clutch moment.
A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
It's going to be an epic 50th season, and you won't want to miss it. Mariners baseball. Try to answer.
Don't miss out on marquee matchups at T-Mobile Park. Catch Cal Raleigh versus Aaron Judge as the Mariners and Yankees series wraps up this afternoon at 1:10. Then be here for the next homestand as the Mariners return for an AL West showdown against the Astros. April 10th through 13th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play.